Hey, there we go. There we go. Hey, too many streamers go live at this time? Do they? You know, this used to be my time slot. This used to be my time, okay? They stole it from me. Yo, 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 what's good? We have consistently gone live at this time since 2019. The schedule itself, you know, the days we streamed was different because I used to take Tuesdays off. But it was always 1 p.m. start time. It's always 1 p.m. start time. I'm gonna stream today, but you're going to go live? You don't stream. What the? Why did you change the style of your model's hair? I didn't. Oh, my hood. Hey. Put that back. What even happened there? When you used to work the real estate, yeah. When I sold houses. How am I supposed to keep my streaks? You watch for 5 minutes, or you watch a clip, or you watch a VOD. You don't even have to watch a full clip. You find like a 30-second clip, you only need to watch like 5 seconds of it, and it saves your streak. I didn't realize it was a hood. What'd you think it was? Super long hair? It's actually kind of funny. It's a very long hair. I think I'm dying. The hair does kind of morph into the hood. I can see that. I can for sure see that. Oh, that's me. Not awesome. Yeah, this week's bump. Meh. It's alright. Honestly, I was really tired when I was working on it. So I had a bunch of ideas that were super random and dumb, but it's okay. Not everything can be of the same tier and quality. You know about the clip thing? Twitch told me I needed to save my streak, and I clicked the notification and it sent me to a clip, and it saved. I was so confused. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know either. Someone in chat told me that. I think it was Chewy. Someone said it. They were like, yeah, you know, I just watched like a 2-second clip of the stream and it saves my streak. And I'm like, all right, cool. Cool. Dope. Awesome. Awesome, cool, and dope. Awesome, cool, and dope. I don't know what happened over the weekend. I certainly didn't touch any grass. But I think maybe I slept in way too cold temp after like these hot back-to-back days. Someone clips a stream every day, it'll save it since you delete VODs. I don't delete the VODs. They don't auto-publish for no reason. I don't know why. But also, you don't have to watch a new clip. You can watch any clip. You can go to my like first clip ever on the channel, and it'll save your streak. I don't know why that is. It's kind of strange. You know, Cheetah, you bring up a good point. Maybe we gotta bring back like the red hoodie. Why am I dying? My final days are here. I've been watching streams then. I don't know, man. I mean, it's easy because if you're opening a channel that like consistently raids somebody else, you'll just get all of your streaks back to back. It's probably easier for you because Leaf rated me a lot, and then I would rate Elite, so you had your 3 back-to-back pretty, like, consistent channels. Or Euland would raid me on Wednesdays. If you die, I die too. Damn. Don't do that. Dying's not healthy. I'm temporarily back on coffee because I ran out of matcha. And I was watching some cool coffee-related YouTube things. Only to find out from all of my Canadian audience. I didn't even realize how much of a Canadian audience we had for so long. But, like, the Canadians have all agreed that Tim Hortons fell off like 15 years ago. And I'm like, that's great. So I missed my chance, my opportunity. I mean, I did go to Niagara Falls when I was like 13. But I low-key don't count that as Canada. Now, you know, some people would argue it is Canada, but it's like on the border, you know? Like, I don't know. I mean, we were on the Canadian side, which was way cooler. And we had maple syrup and poutine and all this stuff. You know, it was great. But I didn't drink coffee at the time, so I didn't have no coffee in Canada. I didn't have no Canadian coffee. I don't know, actually. I'm curious if Canadians would count visiting Niagara Falls as visiting Canada. Maybe. I mean, it depends how far you go, because if you're only in the touristy area, probably not, right? Waking up to Elite stream on my screen is always funny. Yeah. I don't, I leave some streams on the PC when I go to bed, and I have to minimize it because my like monitors don't sleep. Otherwise, it's always funny. It's always funny because everyone's always like, oh, I'm getting woken up by these loud streamers. Oh my God. And I'm just like, nobody raids anymore. No streamer raids anymore. What's going on? What the hell? There's like a sticker on my mouse on the bottom. And I was like, why is it drifting weird? There's a sticker down there. How? How did this even happen? Crazy. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope it was chill. I hope the weather wasn't jumbo terrible. For us, it just like kept switching around. One day it was hot, one day it was cold, one day it was yes, one day it was no. The old memes of shrouds of sleep. Shrouds of sleep. You know who Mickey the Angel Shark is? Is it a VTuber? I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I know as many VTubers as the average VTuber fan. In all honesty. I know a lot of the corpo ones, and I know a couple of the indie ones if they're in like a clique, in a group, or have at least collaborated with like a VTuber that I frequently watched. I'm kind of out of touch. I kind of just exist in the sphere, and I have friends who VTube, so I keep in touch with those and their news. But when it comes to like the up and coming new VTubers that aren't Hololive, I'm pretty clueless. Hey, Lunaris, I was just asking a question, and I think you're the right person to answer this. So, at the fabulous age of like 14, I visited Niagara Falls. Now, I did visit the Canadian side. We were there primarily. Actually, we didn't go to the American side besides driving through it. We were there. The spectacular age of 14 years old. We've had the maple syrup. We had some awesome breakfast. We had poutine. We had some stuff out there. Now, would you consider that visiting Canada, or would you consider that not really? I'm curious. Because, yes? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Cool. All right, well, then I visited Canada. I toured Canada. Mostly just Niagara Falls, though. Stay in Canada? No. Right. She is a VTuber. Yeah, I'm not sure. I only know the VTubers that cause drama on Twitter. More recently, I have uninstalled twitter.com from my phone. It was probably the greatest decision I've ever made, although I do regularly, like, brain rot try to open it because people send me so many Twitter links and DMs. But it won't open. It tells me I need to log in. So that's got to wait until I'm on my PC. But life's great. Now I can only doom scroll on Reddit. I have Blue Sky, but I really don't use it. And honestly, around the time Blue Sky came to be, I was already not using Twitter as much anyway, because it was full of porn bots anyway, and I was like, this is stupid. I don't need this. So I stopped using Twitter as much at that point. And I had Blue Sky, and I used it infrequently because no one was using it at the time. And I know a lot more people use it now, but I'm old. I'll just use Reddit like a true internet boomer. Twitter's bullshit. It is. Twitter sucks. It does. I do have it open at this current time on my PC, on my Firefox, but it's just a post from Grimmy. Like, it's open, but I don't ever actually tab into it. You only get Blue Sky to save your saved username over there. Yeah, because, people started claiming Coil Red all over the internet when I'm like, oh, guys, I was thinking about Coil Red and how fun that was, and maybe one day, I can go back to that. And people are claiming my username everywhere. Coil Red is claimed on Twitch. I mean, whatever. Whatever, I guess. If it makes you feel better about yourself. Is that one owned by Yulin though? I don't know. He said that he did it, but I don't know. He says a lot of things. I can never tell if he's being for real or not. It's okay. I've actually claimed next gen CN on all of my new social medias. It's my new brand actually. I never trust him. Yeah, it's pretty fair. That's, don't trust anybody on the internet. Go ahead. Do you find that people in Canada, I mean you live there. Do you find that people are more kind but blunt? Or is it like I'm always curious because I know Canadians, but all of you guys are relatively nice, and only like half of you are actually blunt. In terms of what? Just like just normal conversation. I feel like you guys don't sugarcoat things as much, which is nice. Except for like Spiza, but he's French Canadian. I feel like that's why it's different. I don't know. It's like a whole different culture out there. French Canada is like alternate reality Canada or something. Spiza. Cause he's French Canadian, so he's like nicer and tries to stray away from French Canada. Canadian is alt universe Canada. Yeah. It's a whole different world out there. For everyone in chat that's curious, yeah, I've been kind of like, I don't know why, but the last couple days I've just been looking into Canada real estate affordability. I think it's because I saw a Reddit thread. Yeah, back to Reddit. I'm a Redditor actually, so I saw a thread about like how much nicer it is to live there, aside from general healthcare, where you'll be waiting like 2 months for just a simple checkup, but otherwise, it's pretty good. I'm like, doesn't sound that bad. It doesn't sound that bad. And then I just went through like a billion threads of like, yeah, Toronto is like cool, but it doesn't connect to like Ontario. And also, if you live in a place like New York, you can drive to Pennsylvania and be there in like 2 hours, maybe 3. In Canada, it's not how it works. You're driving like quite the long distance to get from Toronto to Ontario and stuff like that. I'm like, well, I like long drives. So that doesn't hurt me in the slightest. Toronto is in Ontario. Then I don't remember what it was. It was like Toronto's a city. All right. Okay. So Ontario's like the province. Then wait. Then what was it? Oh, I probably have this thread in my history. No, I don't know. Maybe it was Montreal. Or was it like Vancouver? I don't know, but the point was that like for some reason Toronto isn't as well connected with like trains or something, or like the travel, as like other places. So like maybe it was Montreal was like easier to get to from Vancouver than Vancouver to Toronto. I don't know. I don't know the geography. Hence why I said Toronto and or Ontario. That's kind of funny. With Montreal, they have a lot of highways. Oh, okay. I see. I see. And you're in Eastern Canada? I would never live in Toronto. I've only heard bad things about Toronto land, to be honest. Well, not bad, but bad enough. They always equate it to like a small New York City. I can get a decent house for like 200K. Damn, Toronto has its own. Oh, wait, it's more affordable here. Ontario, you can get a house under $1 million. You can't get a house under $1 million. Ew. Can't. Yeah, can't. That's crazy. Google Maps. The thing about Canadian land is it would be so much easier, easy, English. It would be more accessible and still not far enough away. Far enough? That sounds like I want to get far away. Not that far from family, which is good. Dude, here's the thing. This is why I'm looking at, Canadian now. And it's like, damn. This is why I got confused, because Ontario is just gigantic in Quebec. Newfoundland. So what's your opinion on British Columbia? I wouldn't go to Newfoundland. Interesting. Alberta. I have some friends in Alberta, I think. It's nice, but expensive for cost of living. Interesting. Same with Vancouver. Later, Cheetah King. Thanks for stopping by. What about... So wait, you said Easter... So you're in like... Well, no, you don't have to say that. Never mind. I'm just looking at the map. Ottawa. Where the freak is... Where is, I'm scrolling through. I'm literally like losing my train of thought. Where's Niagara Falls? Is this it right here? Oh, here it is. Found it. I live in St. John. I don't care if people know. Honestly, it's fair. Yeah, so I was in Ontario. That's cool. Damn, Toronto isn't that far. I wonder if we were in Toronto. Where's the tall, like, big, round tower thing? Is that in Niagara Falls? That's probably... Oh, yeah, the CN Tower. That's the one. That's Toronto? Damn, then we were in Toronto. Wow. We went into that, the CN Tower. God damn, it's been so long. I can't? Well, I'm horrible with heights to that aspect, but it was pretty cool. Yeah, no, I get you. I understand. I didn't know what I was getting into until I got there, and I'm like, oh no. But I already committed. I want to go back. I want to go back to the Canadian land. It was a cool family trip. I still have my Canada t-shirt somewhere. And you know what? The only currency that I have from somewhere that isn't the United States is the Canadian. I think it's a $5. I wonder where it is. I think I put it underneath one of the little statues I have. I have a Canadian $5 somewhere. It's nice. I like the Canadian $5. It's nice. Damn, Toronto, huh? Went to Toronto as a field trip when I lived in Ontario. I went to a live opera theater and saw Phantom of the Opera live in theater. That's awesome. Like the big one. That's actually really sick. That's dope. I didn't know that Ontario. Here we go again. I didn't know that Toronto was so close to Niagara Falls. So we actually probably were there. I mean, we were, because the CN Tower. We were there. That's cool. You learn so many new things. That was a fun one. I only vividly remember it, and I remember it being like super rainy one of the days, and that sucked. You're sure, Kwan, what's up, man? Welcome in, welcome in. So I guess we saw Lake Ontario, right? Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Which lake is the best? Lake Erie. Matter of opinion, I guess. Which one do you find to be the best? Is it Lake Superior? It is called Superior. Have you gone to all the Great Lakes? Has anyone in chat? Well, a lot of you guys are Europe, so I assume not, but you know, I never put it into perspective. I was 14 years old. I never put into perspective like what I was seeing at the time. So it didn't even register in my head that I saw Lake Ontario until recently, I guess. Maybe because I lived next to it, being in Oshawa when I lived in Ontario. That's awesome. Yeah, I see Oshawa. Oshawa. Yeah, which one did you see? I think you actually told me, Ty. Was it... You say Lake Michigan? Or did you see Ontario as well? We went to the lake to go swimming. That's awesome. We did not do that. We did not touch any water. Well, we did because we went on the little like thingy, the ferry, I guess. I also vividly remember that. They had us put like little plastic thingies on, like ponchos. I want to go back. I want to go back. I want to go back, but I think I would go solo, and then everyone that I know to a degree in Canada, I would just be like, yo, I'm in Canada for like 2 weeks. Hit me up if you got time. And we got Spiza, got Lunaris. How many Canadians do I know? Kind of a lot. It's kind of weird. Back to Ontario. I mean, I would say general Canada, but yeah, Ontario and like Quebec, because Spiza is somewhere out there in Quebec land. The thing is, in all honesty, I don't know how much I care about the big cities. Like, yeah, I'll go back to Niagara Falls and Toronto, and you know, I'd stop by Montreal just to see it. Be Quebec City. But like, I don't know. Huron, Erie, and Ontario. I might have seen Michigan as well. I don't think so though. Honestly, I don't even remember. Like, I might have seen more, but when it's just like, you know, when you go on this stuff when you're young, again, it doesn't really register in your head. At least not for me. St. John is important historically. It's one of the first major cities established in Canada. Oh, that's cool. Where is that? I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking. Yo, 40 stream streak. Thank you, Shirkwan. Hell yeah. St. John. In the land of New Brunswick. And Nova Scotia. Whoa. Damn, you're like surrounded by water practically. Not even practically, it's just bodies of water everywhere and then just water on. Damn. You're like a bridge. You're like a land bridge between I don't even know what. Cool, lighthouse. Rentforth Lighthouse. Whoa. Whoa. That's cool. You're quite north, man. You're quite far on the northern end. Well, I mean, yes, but what I mean is as far as my knowledge of north goes, because there's way more north over there, but quite north of me. Quite to the north of me. Yeah. If you enjoy food, I do enjoy food. I do enjoy food in moderation, but I do enjoy food. But now I'm bummed out because I wanted to see a Timmy's. I mean, I guess I could still see a Timmy's, but I've verified through 3 different Canadians in the past 3 hours that it did fall off. Now, Spiza said it fell off 15 years ago, but he also said that he doesn't like the McDonald's coffee. I mean, ice caps at Tim Hortons are still good. You know, at the end of the day, coffee is kind of just coffee. True, I didn't want to tell you that, though. How do you even know that? Dude, you can't compare food from Canada to the food and, like, the drinks that you had in, like, Massachusetts. Ice cappuccinos is not ice, it's like a slushy, but with coffee. That does sound kind of nice. Although I prefer hot coffee to cold. Try Googling it. So you said ice caps, Tim Hortons. Or just write Timmy's. Tim Hortons original ice cap. Tim Hortons original ice cap is a cold and creamy drink that's one of the most popular treats on the menu. It's made with a special mix of coffee, cream, and ice, all blended together until it's smooth and frosty. Every sip is cool, sweet, and full of bold coffee flavor. It's perfect for warm days or when you want to have something fun and tasty. The ice cap is a great way to chill out and enjoy your coffee in a new way. This Spiza guy told me that these are $8. This is $4.29. A large is $4.29. Damn. Am I living in a pricey area? I actually think he was talking about local cafes and not Tim Hortons, but it was on the border, bro. Dude, I don't know. Do you even drink coffee, Ty? What did you have from Timmy's? From Tim Tams? I didn't think you drank coffee. Never tried Tim Tams? Tim Tams are... Well, I never had Timmy's Tim Tams, but I heard they contain human flesh. Mmm. Pork. Whoa. Had a full breakfast pretty much in the Timbits. Yeah, I don't think I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we did or didn't have Tim Hortons. Because I remember having some sort of breakfast. I got lost in my map. And I think it was in Toronto. Or maybe it was Niagara Falls. Nevertheless, we went somewhere and we had breakfast. Now, I don't know if it was local or if it was Tim Hortons or what. It looked nice. I vividly remember the place. It looked nice. It was fancy for, you know, that year. You know, I was 14 years old. This is years ago, but it was nice. I got pancakes. with a lot of maple syrup. I love maple syrup. Like, maybe a bit too much. I put excess amounts until it soaks into my pancakes and I can't eat them all because it's actually just overwhelmingly sweet. Timbits are donut holes. Oh yeah, what does Dunkin' Donuts call them? Munchkins, yeah, Munchkins. Yes. Wow, I actually forgot what they were called in Dunkin'. For the longest time, I thought that that's just what they were called. They were just called Munchkins. There's no effective, proper translation of it in Polish because pączki is what you would call donuts, and even the mini ones, they're just called pączki. There's no like secondary name for it. So obviously, moving here, only ever having Dunkin' Donuts really for the longest time, I just thought that's what they were called. They were called Munchkins for the majority of my life. And then I found out, what was it, 2 years ago? That is actually, they're called donut holes, which doesn't make sense, but it does. Because, yeah, I get it. Okay, you remove it from the donut and but like, dude, it's not a hole. It's what created the hole. It is the hole creator. It was the fill of the hole. Why are they called donut holes? Because they were the hole, but not? But what is the science behind donut holes? No. But I get like a science lesson about donut holes. Just a weird name they have in America. It is weird, isn't it? It is very strange. I think the British have a different name for it too. Because I remember Leaf being like, donut holes? What are you talking about? I'm like, I know, that's what I'm saying. Name for what? Mr. Juvi, you know donuts? Say again. You know donuts? So you know how donuts have the hole in the middle? So you know the little mini donut like spheres basically that they make out of the hole? The stupid Yamo is pissing me off. It's pissing me off. Who put this here? Okay, what do you call that, Juvi? Slowly becoming Canadian. Dough ball. I mean, I like that better than donut hole. I guess. If you ever watch donuts being made, the hole is there because of the machine that makes them. Oh, okay. They're literally just small bit of dough cooked up. We don't have a process of taking the hole out and making it. Stamped out. I don't want to look it up because I'll get hungry. Donuts are like one of my weaknesses. It's pretty bad. It's actually really bad. If you didn't know, before the Circle glasses brand that I had, the red lens Circle glasses, donuts was a very big thing. People consistently mocked me for how much I ate donuts. Telling someone you'll kick them in the donut hole. Oh, God. Not the donut hole, dude. It's crazy. The donut hole. The dough ball. I like dough ball better. Donut hole's stupid. I'm gonna call them Timbits. Timbits. See, that's the thing, though. They call them Munchkins here primarily because Dunkin' Donuts. Which is funny because I actually think that more people go to, what is it? Krispy Kreme for donuts these days. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. You know what's funny? I have a friend in Texas. Tejas. Are they donut hole enthusiasts? He asked me how we make donut holes. How we take the donut holes out to make Timbits. I'd explain to him as well, we don't do that. That is weird. Because I thought that was the whole point. Was that you do that. But I guess it's cool that there's an advantage to the Timbits. It's kind of cool. Not, you know what? I'm gonna watch a video. This is gonna be regret. I'm gonna go get like 5 boxes of donuts after this. I know it. I'm gonna end stream like tonight. In 5 minutes. How they make donut holes. How it's made donut holes. The best thing I ever ate. Oh, that's short. Yep. Yep. Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. I keep forgetting I don't have to resize my VTuber anymore. I was smart and just did this. All right, Deadmau 5, get a moment. Wait, what the freak? No, this is forgery. This isn't the way most people make them. That's what I thought. This is authentic culinary malarkey. Who put the hole in the donut? Dude, show me how they're made. How Dunkin' Donuts are made in store. Should I just look up Timbits? How they make Timbits. Homemade Tim Hortons Timbits recipe. No. Preparing of donuts. Tim Hortons, Canada. Oh, what is that? Is that caramel? My mouth is watering. Is that the glaze? What is this fuck-ass music, bro? Shut up. We're listening to my music. Pissing me off. Oh! Oh my god. Joining in on the word freak reminded me of my youth. What? Oh my god, Joe. What? I don't know why that took me a moment. Boston Queen. Holy smokes. The cum zone. No! Not the sprinkles, no! Well, I can't eat that anymore. My girl went. What girl? Sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Frick this. How they make donuts at the factory. True. Hey, me too, man. How it's made, donuts. No, how do they make donut holes at the factory? Inside the donuts factory. There's like no videos that are like good. What about this one? This one looks corpo. Oh my god. Sorry. I mean, I'm not sorry. This was a fair warning. This is oh my god. Oh. I'm sweating. This is like a drug addiction. Enough Dunkin' Donuts advertising, eh? Come on. Show me the donuts. Oh! What the freak was that? Dude. Donut types, variety, origins, cake donuts, show me the cake donuts. Oh! Oh. The machine plops them into oil. The hole is already in. What the? Munchkins! What? What? Donut. 20 minutes. Sweet Mother Goose. Oh, French crullers, bruh. Leaf calls that the asshole donut, but they're so goddamn good. Oh. I love French cruller donuts. Oh my god. True though. Yeah, I guess it's... Oh, look, they're making... Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! Technology, what the hell? Oh my goodness. There's a twist donut that is chocolate vanilla glaze, but it's essential... Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, you're right, you're right. Let's get that. Now we got some real music going on for this right here. Oh. Oh my god. No. Yeast donuts. Show me. Oh my goodness. 45 minutes. Oh. 375 Fahrenheit. Put me in there too. The music is so good. Oh my god. Oh. Dude, it's actually so good. I feel unwell. I feel like I'm relapsing from a drug addiction. Donuts. Oh my god, they're getting filled up real good. Yeast munchkins. Whoa! He can just handle them like that? Look at him just pulling them out. Oh my goodness. Oh. Look at all those balls. Dude, that looks... My mouth is watering so much. It's so... Oh my god! Please! Balls of dough. This in an ice cap. Please, George Michael. Oh my... How do they make the coffee rolls? Yes. Yes. Oh. Oh my god. Yo, if you just like isolate the audio for this portion of the VOD, it must be insane. Just only have the audio. Isolate the video, I should say. This is crazy shit. This is insane. Bro! It's make these. Oh my god. What's up, Ghosty? Good to see you, by the way, Cloud Ripper. Dude. Dude! Me when. Oh my god. Sweet baby Jesus. Have mercy. What the? I mean, I don't think people, when they normally have music going, this music go would be calling each other, oh, coffee roll, oh, wheat munchkin. Hey, you don't know about the cute, like, wholesome relationships when they're like, you know, some people have those kinds of intimate, you know, banging sessions where they're just like, oh, my sweet cinnamon roll. Oh, munchkin. What if they're into that, alright? Oh, my little donut hole. It's not in the Tim Tam. God damn! You glazed my Tim Tam. Dude. Dude, this one, freaking go back. Now. This one, bro. Oh my god, dude. This one, the chocolate one. Oh. Not with the sprinkles. Aiko don't care about no sprinkles. My hat. Dude, you got your hat. Oh. Play the song again. We're not done. We were doing a cooking stream? Close enough. Oh my god. He's glazing all over it. I honestly, the powdered donuts, I can't, you know? They're okay, but... What's wrong with sprinkles? They're basically not an addition to donut. They just piss me off, you know? I don't know. Jimmy's. What the hell are Jimmy's? You're just making up words now. If Aiko visits, we're going for donuts. I wouldn't leave, bro. I wouldn't ever leave. Look at this. Old-fashioned sugar donut, kind of like how classic Lay's chips hit. I agree. Classic Lay's are my favorite chips. You know what? Chocolate sprinkles are more acceptable. He doesn't call them hundreds of thousands or whatever they're called. What? What is a hundred of thousands? Oh, I know what you're talking. Yes, people do call the. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yes, never mind. Oh my god, but glazed donuts are my favorite. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. What? Oh. Green. Now, hold on. Those are acceptable sprinkles. This right here, these Orbeez, yes, these are fine. I'm down with this. I can get down with these sprinkles. Not these long boy dudes. No. 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 What the? No, see these letters? No. Are these gingerbread sprinkles? Now we're talking. See, now we're talking. See these round ones? Hell yeah. These? No. These little, like, round ones? Yes, dude. Yes, dude. What's your opinion on Biscoff topped stuff, like donuts? When I was in Vegas, we went to Gordon Ramsay's, like, fish and chips, and we didn't get any fish and chips. We got... Wait, I'm lying. We did get fish and chips. I'm lying. But we got the Biscoff shakes. And I, like, creamed myself. Like, dude. The Biscoff shakes were so good. I wanted to go back, but we spent, like, $400 at that fish and chips place. I'm not going back. What? To be fair, there was like 12 of us. There was like 12 of us. What is this? Butternut munchkins. Oh. Cinnamon. Wow. Oh. I like the powdered sugar munchkins, but not the donuts. Someone should make mini chocolate chip cookies and use them as donut sprinklers. Oh my god, that'd be awesome. What? I like Biscoff, but anything that's Biscoff topped or flavored normally is too much. That shake was hella sweet. Like, I wanted to die afterwards. Oh. Oh. What the? Oh. Oh my. I'm almost 30. Good God. Save my soul. Boston Cream. Oh my goodness. Good Lord. Oh. Are they gonna put the little... Oh. Corn syrup. This is America. Look what I'm whipping up. Oh my. Dude, every single time I see this stupid, like, every time I see this, like, filling thing, I just think of the stupid meme. I don't know how many of you have seen it, but it's the one where they have, like, the whipped cream thing, and they put it into the donut, and it's like, me if I get teleported into the My Little Pony universe. Every single time. I can't unsee it. I'm plagued forever to have to deal with this. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Why'd you default to My Little Pony? That's what the meme is. That's the GIF. GIF. Donuts. Really, now I'm not gonna find it. And now I'm gonna have My Little Pony in my goddamn history. Great. Now I'm plagued. Where is it? I've never seen another meme of the donut thing. My plan all along. Fucked up, man. I feel like that machine needs to just be called the Un. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Dude, like, half of these just don't exist anymore, you know? Like, plain ass, boring. Red ring? Buh. Dude. I need donuts. Cake donuts. Donut types. Donut variety. What? They have just numbered donuts? Oh. Look at that glazed donut. Dude. Dude, I don't... Move the history lesson. Oh! What is that? What the hell is this? What is this Oreo? What is this? Like an Oreo crumble. What is this? What are these? What am I looking at? What is this one? Damn. That Biscoff? No, right? God damn, it looks good. I don't know what it is. Sand. Ooh, I like that one. I like the sand one. Wow. Damn, this one got filled up real good. Cookies and cream, maybe Biscoff. Wow. See, like, look at this. These sprinkles are overkill. I can't do. I mean, actually, the chocolate sprinkles I'm okay with. I'm chill with the chocolate sprinkles. Dude, get these kids out of my face, right? Show me more donuts. Show me the chocolate ones. Oh! Oh my god. Dunkin' Donuts. I have a huge suggestion. Dunkin' Donuts. Tim Hortons. Krispy Kreme. Any of you. Huge idea for your market. ASMR donut making. No commentary. Use these machines and just listen to me. You don't understand. Oh my god. Are more of a sugar crunch that I don't enjoy. I mean, oh. I prefer donuts over donut holes. I didn't know what to call them anymore. I have 4 different phrases in my head now. God damn. You ever just want to be put in one of those fryers after like a cold day outside? Like it's freezing cold. Anyways, 5080 Super with a 5900X. Very nice. I mean, 2080 Super is... I have one. It's pretty good still. A lot of the games do run. Maybe not on like Ultra, but you don't need Ultra. The worst thing is like ray tracing. If you want ray tracing, you probably want something better than a 2080. This is my like favorite Deadmau5 song, dude. It's just so good. No one ever talks about Closer. Munchkins, Timbits, Donut Holes, Wheat Testicles. I don't know about that one. Why a 5900X with a 2080? The 5900X was gifted. It was gifted. I didn't realize you were just mentioning my build. Yeah. I need a GPU upgrade. For sure. All right, we cannot keep watching this or I'm gonna go crazy. I'm like losing it. So I bought a new butane lighter off Amazon. Just filled it and flipped it off the safety trigger. And holy crap, it's a bit scary. Yeah, I heard those are kind of quasi. A little quasi. Might interest you in the RX 9070 XT. My plan is to build a completely new full AMD setup computer in all time. In due time, I mean. I say in due time, but everything's expensive, so you can interest me, but I don't want them. For now, I don't want nothing like it. Nothing of the sort. Or fried. But I'm going to do a full-fledged AMD setup. And this PC will probably get scrapped into a like homebrew, homemade server storage. The GPU, I don't know. Might just hold it for emergencies if my future GPUs burn. This one is shaped like a lightsaber. I posted it in IRL and Discord. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god, damn. It's literally a lightsaber. That's dope. I like your keyboard. I like your keyboard because it has a little like digital pad on the top right. My eyes locked to the keyboard before the device, the lighter, I'm not even gonna lie. Cool. Very cool. It's new? Hell yeah. I'm holding off on my new build until the prices calm down? Yeah. It's just crazy. Yeah, I think AMD is the way. I mean, you know what? It's funny because I was an AMD like fanboy with my first like 3 PC. I say builds, but it's technically it was the same PC, just Frankenstein over and over again, and like the parts swapped. Well, what's the boat? The ship of Theracles, right? No, is that it? The ship of Theseus. The ship of Theseus. That's the one. My PC has been Ship of Theseus, like Theseus, whatever. Yeah, you get the point. Like over and over again. Like this is not the same PC it was in the beginning. Also, you move out, or is this a different angle? Yeah, I moved out. Unfortunately, we got kicked out of our $1 million apartment, so now I live here in this little dump. That's why that's what I'm talking about. Canada. Maybe Canada got better places. Yeah, this place is a bit of a dump. Roaches everywhere. It's quite loud. I got this psychopath scientist downstairs. I need to build a new PC because I'm gonna need a new motherboard and everything. Yeah, it's just hard right now. Heard prices there are garbage. Switzerland. I've not looked into Switzerland. Good idea though. Maybe I'll find a really nice and quiet place in the woods. Alberta's rat-free. They have no rats in the province. They have super strict rules about that stuff there. That's crazy. That's kind of cool. I mean, rats don't bother me. I see them quite often in the outer world here. That's just kind of how it is. Czech Republic. Nah. They got too many scammers in Prague. I mean, let's be honest. If I were to, like, full-fledged move somewhere, and I want it to be as efficient as possible monetarily, then I have a home in Poland, and I could just go there. I mean, it's New York. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me you saw a rat teaching karate. As a matter of fact, Now that you mentioned that. It was actually jujitsu, but, you know, close enough. God damn it, we're 16 minutes over. We should have been playing Voices of the Void by now. We locked into the goddamn donuts. I'm drinking my coffee. Can't believe Taco Bell ruined Tim Hortons. Were they teaching amphibians? No. Reptilians. Just reptilians. Specifically, where'd you get the BG, by the way? If you're talking about this, I literally think there was just, I just saw like a screenshot somewhere on like Reddit. I was thinking of just making my own, but I'm lazy. And I didn't want to go through the process. Adolescent reptiles of Silent War. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah. If you were to have your own, where would it look like? Can't tell you, because I think I know what you're plotting. It's a secret. That's such a weird art block. Like, I want to draw stuff, but like, as much as I want to, I can't bring myself to actually finish a work in progress. Dude, I'm gonna be really honest with you. Over the past 15 years of my life, I have more work in progress, incomplete things from like random sporadic phases of obsession. I have some sort of like obsessive personality. I have made music that I'll never share with the world because it's so unfinished that it's terrible. I didn't do art, but I have unfinished bumps even. Adult Swim bumps. These things that we make in the intros. I already have so many unfinished ones that you'll never see. That I'm like, no, this is stupid. And then, you know, this week's is kind of, I think this week's bump is snoozer. My opinion. I think this is the worst one that I've ever made. But I was so tired when I made it, I was just like, just send it. But also I got into that I never finished. Video game playthroughs on stream. Model edits. I don't know. I have a problem as well. I think I'm broken as well. Some sort of like messed up record player, but like worse. Did you have a Launchpad MIDI sound pad for making music? I almost never use it. I want a better Ableton. I don't know. My thing is, I'm very obsessive about technology, so I try to get to anything technological, like, but not too deep into it. Like, I'm obsessed with keyboards, mice, peripherals, but I don't really want to make my own. I just want to have more. Right? I want more PC parts, but I don't want to dwell into like the nitty gritty parts of it, I guess. Sorry. Gotta just start muting for that. I got so used to not muting for it. If you with the model edits too. Well, yours is more VR chat, so it's even more in depth. I'm just talking like changing the colors on this model or like adding something to it. Adding in quotes, because I don't make the model stuff. I just Like add a picture, a PNG or something. Really get into PC building. It's just that none of my friends are interested in that kind of thing. I just start talking about PC stuff. My friends zone out and stop listening. I mean, PC building is my forte. In my recent interview, they asked me what accomplishments I have in terms of like computer tech, and I'm like, I built like 12 PCs. I have Frankenstein ship a thesis like 5 PCs. You know, I have built a lot of PCs in my time. I have taken apart one of my friends' PCs completely because it pissed me off that their cable management was that bad. And they were like, "Can't you just like remove the cables and read?" No, we're gonna redo your whole PC. I'm over it. I replaced the thermal paste on one. My condolences. The thermal paste is the worst. I'm gonna build a new PC for GTA 6. That is fair, yeah. My current PC is starting to show its age. I'm saying the same about mine. The 2080 Super and the 5900X. Well, I mean, the 5900 is good. The 2080 Super is kind of like, it's good, but if I stream with it, you'll start to see the problems. And tore down like 4 laptops and put together 3. Oh, I had to replace a hard drive on a laptop. That is the worst thing I've ever had to do in my entire life. The worst. As far as like tech goes, old laptops and replacing hard drives and like the weird like cables and like, oh, you pull this, you broke the entire, it's bricked. 20 Ti. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's not as good as it could be. Yeah, but are you gonna get a 5090 or like a new AMD? It's honestly like, people that have those are saying it's way too overkill and as it's unstable. That's the problem with Nvidia these days. Is like their drivers are shit. I haven't updated my Nvidia drivers in 4 months because the newer ones just explode. I didn't have any issues pulling out the HDD on my laptop. I mean, this is a really old one. I don't know how the tables have turned. Exactly, right? You know, AMD was like so unstable in the early like 2010s. And now AMD's better in like most capacities, aside from just being like a little bit less popular. But now everyone's going for the Ryzens. Everyone's going for the Ryzens. I cheated on Nvidia on AMD, and this is the only GPU. The 2080 Super is my first non-AMD GPU. And okay, it's been solid. I haven't had problems. Well, at least up until like the last year or two, where they're using AI to make their drivers, update their drivers. Now, Intel cards are frying themselves. They're burning out their circuits by overloading themselves, even if you aren't overclocking them. Yeah. They did fix that problem. They did. They did. No, don't even research it. Just go full AMD. I don't know. Maybe I'm just like, I have a bias. I can't have a bias because I have 2080 Super. That's an NVIDIA GPU, but I think the era of AMD is starting to, it's beginning. I think the proper AMD era is finally coming in. We're going to see a lot of AMD supported video games rather than GeForce Experience or whatever. Yeah, honestly, as far as PC building goes right now, I mean, it's You know, you want DDR5 RAM, you better sell an arm and a leg. So, you're better off buying a home in Ontario, it seems, in comparison to getting yourself a DDR5 RAM. AI bubbles popping. It is, but RAM prices are dropping, not immediate, but they're starting to go down. It's temporary. The drops are temporary, so if you want to get RAM, you should, but dude, we're only like 2 months away from Google announcing some crazy new like AI tech that's just gonna be like bomba clop. And suddenly all the DDR5 is back at 1K a pop. I'm building a PC until roughly a year from now, so I'll see how things are then. I know they're talking about the efficiency that has come out of the new like AI models and stuff. But the efficiency, yeah, see, that's the thing. That's the thing. Yes. It is more efficient now where you need less RAM. But if you think about the greed of the corporate world, needing less RAM to make AI just means they're going to get more RAM for more AI. You know what I mean? Like it's more efficient because they need less RAM. But now it's just like, oh, if we need less RAM, then why don't we buy like 10 times more RAM? Let's buy even more RAM since we need less. It makes no sense, but it makes perfect sense because it means it'll run even better for them. It's cringe. We live in a shitty time. I have to wait regardless, so who knows what will happen when I can actually afford a PC. Yeah. And since you paid this much for the RAM already, you can keep paying for that price in future because the price you're expecting, because that's the price you're expecting to pay. Yeah. Exactly. Try to force cloud computing subscriptions down our throats. Yeah, that is true. Maybe I can get a Black Friday sale. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'm a little bit of a doomer. I am. I'm like pessimistic about a lot of stuff in the tech world, but I do think that there will be moments of affordable RAM. And when those happen, you should jump on it before, you know, shit hits the fan again. Absolutely. There will be moments where there will be affordable parts. But the downside there is you got to get them fast before shit hits the fan or people like super buy it. Even still, I think there'll be good moments where you can get a full PC build properly. I don't think AI will consume it forever. Do I think it'll consume it for the next like 5 years to a decade? Yeah, probably. Do I think it's going to make the prices that bad 5 years to a decade? No. Not really, no. No. I really don't. Yeah, error 404, money not found, precisely. To be fair, it's not just tech. Like, everything around us is expensive these days. You know, everything's just eating shit. And, you know, like Joe said, because people are so used to these prices, it becomes normal. It's just like the normal thing, so they won't lower the price. Like, dude, I don't know how it is for you guys in other countries, but in America, they do this crazy thing where they do these quote unquote sales, okay? Big Black Friday sales. You go and like if you compared the sales from Black Friday to the sales that were I don't know, or like the just the normal prices of 2 months before that, it's the same thing. They just make fake sales, and it's like, oh, this is tempting. Wow, 200% off. Wow. Usually a scam. I mean, it really depends where you go, because there are places where you can get some decent sales, especially online, but like you go to like Walmart or like some big corporate place, half these are fake Black Friday sales. You're really getting yourself scammed. RAM prices are higher since AI companies bought RAM chips that don't even exist for data centers that don't exist. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Like, it's gotten so crazy. They're building nuclear reactors for AI. It's like, what are we doing, man? What are we doing? Look at what AI is used for right now. I know one day AI will be so useful and be fantastic. You know, like telephones and radios and computers and the internet. You know, we didn't know what the hell to do with half of those back then. It is supposed to be illegal to say you raised the price to X, then dropped it to Y. So you can say Z, but just too many workarounds. Yeah. I mean, what do you do? What's our North Princess? What's up? Getting a little tired of corpos gouging the common folk to buy another yacht. CHT. Yacht. Yacht. Yeah, I agree. Corporate scum. Johnny Silverhand was right, but we already knew that. I'm expecting it to ruin more shit. It will. It will. I think the prices are only going to get worse, to be honest, but there will be fluctuations where, you know, we'll luck out and things will be cool for just like a split second. Affordable? Not really, but the Steam controller has a release date and a price. I looked at the Steam controller, like, it looks awesome, and the price is pretty decent considering how much it has to it, but like, I think it's too big of a controller for me. Like, I don't know, it's too bulky. Just for me. As a controller, it looks sick. It looks awesome. Like, I would buy it just because it is so cool. But I don't know if I would use it. I think I'd just use my retro PS1. I feel like it's a bit too pricey. I mean, if you compare it to like a DualShock 5, it has so much more to it. So I feel like it's a fair price. Also, it controls more than just Steam and video games. Like, there's so much you could do with it. Cyberpunk music intensifies, but it's played through a mouth harp because we can't afford the actual instruments needed. Oh, it's so sad, but so true. Oh, that's so sad, but so true. Dude, I feel so pessimistic. I try not to be. Like, I see the bright side of all the things. Like, the Steam controller looks sick. Just because I wouldn't use it doesn't mean it isn't awesome for what it is. Just because I think tech is into shitter right now doesn't mean I don't think, you know, things will be better. Things will be better. Always look at the bright side of life. Whoa. Oh, my watch is at low battery. Time to charge it. Time to charge it. Charge it up. A lot of stuff in life, I've been getting away from sub-based content. I make an exception with WoW and Final Fantasy 14. Me too, actually. I've been watching a lot of videos on like how to escape so much like subscription-based stuff. I did it with music, obviously. All of this is just local music. I mean, I've owned the full Deadmau5 discography since 2014 and just like always bought all of it one by one when it released. Discord Nitro is the exception. I would go apeshit if I cannot have my upload limit. It's just, I can't do it. I would go insane. Honestly, I don't even play much WoW or Final Fantasy 14 anymore. I'm kind of over it at the moment. The thing about Final Fantasy 14 is I think they made a small but major mistake with the story. And I don't know, I can't get pulled back into it at the moment. I think Evercold looks pretty cool, so I will give it a go, though. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. Yeah, pretty true. Believe it or not, never played Final Fantasy. That's okay. I mean, I've never played a Final Fantasy aside from 14 and, like, I think, was it 10? Not 10. Whichever one has the Aaron dude. Aaron. Aaron, or whatever. The dude with, like, the circle glasses and, like, the other Buster Sword. I always forget which one that is. Life's a laugh. And that's a joke. It's true. Yeah. So it was 10, yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy's cool, but I kind of liked Kingdom Hearts more at the time. And now I can't stand Kingdom Hearts because it's so, like, Disney-pilled. And I like Disney, but I don't know. I guess I outgrew it a little bit. It's still a good game series, but just got tired of it. Got a little tired of it. Damn, it became a yapping stream. I was pretty hyped to play some voices today. I'm just yapping about. And I was just saying the other day how I don't really do just chatting streams that much. Because, I don't know, I like playing video games. I can never immediately think of the next lyrics, but I remembered, I think. It's all my fault. Nah. We talked about Canada and donut holes. Now on donuts. The donut hole rabbit. Alice in Wonderland. I do like donuts. Mr. Yapper. You know, we haven't had a long yap shesh. Lap. Okay. Let me try again. Yap sesh in a while. We haven't had one in a hot minute. I used to do, there was a 4-hour, like, just chatting stream once a week that we used to do. It was on Mondays. Coincidence. But really, we haven't done a hot minute. I'm going through my phase of wanting to, like, move out of the country, but, like, where? You know what's funny? Canada colors. White and red. Huh? Poland, white and red. Hey, look at that. Look at that. The pre-lineup of games and chatting while doing Scrandle and such. Yeah. That was a time. I got a little, like, bored of those games. Honestly, it's because I wanted to play more games faster and sooner. But then I still used to stall for, like, an hour anyway. I go BRB. Sounds good. It's because if I stall for an hour, then we only get, like, maybe 3 hours, 4 hours of, like, gameplay. Because I stop. Like, I used to hard stop at 4 hours just for my own sake so I don't burn out. But even that's inevitable. Every streamer burns out. Even if you do, like, 3-hour, 2-hour long streams, like, twice a week. Burnout just exists. It's not burnout paradise, so what's the point? Oh yeah, and the Indonesia flag? Yes. Look at that. I've been seeing a lot of people de-socialize on the internet lately. Like, they delete all of their social media, aside from like maybe one platform, I'm counting Discord as one at the moment. Let's just assume that Discord is a social media platform in this for the sake of this. Like they'll delete everything but Discord, although they'll delete even Discord and only have like a Twitter or something. It's very interesting. You know, I wanted to do that a long time ago. Granted, not like a permanent thing, but just like a more like deactivate temporary and just see how I feel. Then again, I kind of am doing that. I only use Reddit and Discord. And honestly, even Discord's quite infrequent. Like I don't really use Discord as often. I don't think. I'll maybe for DMs. Yeah, but considering going full offline for a month, because I went back to Poland and the internet there wasn't exactly ideal. It was a great time to go full offline, pretty much. It's cool. I enjoyed it. There's really not, it's not that hard unless you're that dependent on the online. I guess. As a streamer, yeah, it's like, how the hell do you go full offline? At that point, you just quit. I just get tagged in one. Oh, right. Podcast. I said it before, but if there was ever a time where, you know, Aiko's done with the streaming world, he doesn't stream anymore, it is likely that I would just do a podcast. Once a week, just a podcast. Because I like yapping. I have a lot of things I can talk about. Music. Nah, play the original. Play the original. Podcasts are fun. I like the podcast I do with Fusion. It's a shame it stopped. I mean, I would have preferred that if it did continue, it wasn't on VR chat anymore. Not because of any distaste towards VR chat, but because it got really exhausting to have the VR headset on and like sit there and do the whole podcast yappy sesh. In that perspective, I think I would have preferred it to be like, I don't know, more sit in a Discord call or something, have discussion, but make it look a little more cool or so, I don't know, VTubers. Something like that. The eye strain from VR is unforgiving sometimes. I speak as someone who sat in VR for like 12 hours a day for 3 years. Something like that. So. Yes. I like yapping too. Yapping's fun. Yapping's fun. Gaming is too, but you know, I'm kind of fried on video games at the moment. I just play Voices of the Void on stream, and then when I don't get to do that because I'm not streaming, I'm suffering. I might play The Division 2, but that game gets infuriating at times. I'm not really a game rager, but like that game pisses me off. Borderlands 2 and some WoW. Yeah, or Borderlands 4. Why did I say 2? Borderlands 4. Did I say 2 or 4? I don't remember, but whatever. Brain rot. Can't even read. You said 2? It's because Borderlands 2 is my favorite. It's the one that I didn't play 3 that much, and I didn't buy 4. I like Borderlands 2 though. Pretty good. 2 is the best, yeah. WoW, I kind of just, again, back to the like whole subscription thing. I don't know. I didn't feel like staying subscribed. Everything's subscription. I'm so over it. You know, all of my favorite creators now, they're making these like Patreons, which is cool in the sense of like, content, I guess, and how much more like the creator will make off of that, but it's subscription based. You know, Deadmau5 has his coffee run. Soda Poppin has the Punching Down podcast. I'm like, bro, it's all on Patreon. God damn it. 3 was meh, 4 is fun. I did hear 4 is a lot of fun. I also heard that 3 was kind of meh. So I'm glad I didn't miss out on too much. There. I need water. I need water. What a vibe. What a vibe. Is it true that it's a stereotype that people smoke a lot in Canadian? Because it is in Poland. You know, there's like... This is more like a Europe stereotype towards Poland, because typically the Poland stereotype is, oh, alcohol, vodka. But actually, in Europe, a big stereotype towards Poland is everybody smokes and drinks. And when I was back in Poland in June of last year. Was it last year? Last year? Dude, I feel like everyone smokes there. It's crazy. Like, it's not even a stereotype anymore. People to drop sub-based services because now companies are doing it with everything because it makes more money. It used to be a program. You could buy it outright for something like Ableton Live for music, or Fruity Loops, just like 300, 400, it's yours. Yeah. I agree. No, I full-fledged agree. Like, the only thing that I have sub-based at the moment is Amazon Prime, because it is just highly convenient. I don't know if I do save more at the end of the day, but I think I do. But it's also, I have Prime Student. I'm taking advantage of that. So we have like the student money back, cash back or whatever, which is kind of OP, I think. So there's the savings, no shipping, and then the cash back. I don't know. Canada has a specific vice. I know weed is legal across country here. Oh yeah, true. Marijuana. I don't order enough off Amazon to justify the sub. We absolutely do. And if I don't, I have it shared, so like the rest of my family can use that account, and they use that account. They do. they love Amazon, let me tell you. And they love the return policy for like Prime members as well. They love it. So I'm like, all right, sure. Cool. Go for it. Use it. Only buy off Amazon if I can't find the item in my city. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I also have Discord Nitro. I want to cancel it. I do. It's just, dude, I can't convince myself that it'll be easy to not send files that are less than like, you can only send 10 megabytes maximum, right? For non-Nitro. It's infuriating. That's the only thing that I care. I don't even care about like emotes. I don't care about emotes. I just do :D. But upload limits to like 10 megabytes. I can't live with that. That's where they got me. Everything else, I really don't care. Wow, profile customization. What do I care about profile customization? Like memes and stuff? What do you upload? You know, like... I have a separate Discord for files that I upload for like school and whatnot. I delete it later, but it comes in handy, especially if I need it on my phone, for example. Or like zip files. Or like if I'm transferring something over from my PC to my laptop, it's so much easier to just do that. Now, yeah, I'm sure I could just use like Google Drive. But then I'm selling out to Google. I mean, I guess I have Proton Drive. Huh. Actually, I just thought about that. Maybe Maybe I really don't need. But then, you know, I send stuff to other people as well. Like videos, like short videos. Fusion's like, what? Because ERB was in Leaf's chat earlier. I'm like, dude, she was there in the chat. I feel like it would be more to pay for Discord as opposed to like Mega Upload. You know, actually, I have Proton Drive because I have Proton Drive Student, which is like $5 cheaper or something. That's not true. It's like $3 cheaper per month, but still. I just thought about that when I was talking about it. I'm like, wait, I have Proton Drive. I can just do that. And it works on mobile. I guess I really don't need Discord because I can just link through Proton Drive. I need to think about this. This is important. This is jumbo huge. This is a revelation. Also because, like, Discord's making these cringe changes. You know, like, all the stuff that Discord's doing, I really shouldn't be giving them money. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't help but not... Yeah. Too money hungry? Yeah. Yeah, once you go public, you never go back. It's too good for the money. Too good for the money. I'm going to boot up Voices of the Void now. Ladies and gentlemen. If that means you're going to leave, I understand. I get it. But I yap just as much as I do in Voices of the Void as I do in just chatting because I am a yapper. And Voices of the Void is kind of easy to yap on. It's just a just chatting game, to be honest. So... I should talk less, mainly because I don't know how to play Voice of the Void. Yeah, no, that's fair. You might, I mean, you prefer games with, like, other players, right, typically, which is fair. I love Voice of the Void. I love this game so much. I love this game so much. The doors opening and closing sounds like drum, but I want Leaf to try the game once. Even if she hates it, that's good. That's fine. I mean, it's not good, but... Audio tape. What am I, hood? Whatever, we don't need the hood today. I can't hear the video game. I'm concerned. Why can't I hear the game? Hello? Applications? Okay, I can hear the game again. Thank you for that. Thanks for that. But I do like playing games with people. Like, if you suddenly own Borderlands 4 and asked me to play, if I wasn't working, I'd be down 100%. There are so many games that I... God damn, this game is always loud. What is this now? What's breaking? Stop. Stop it. Oh, God. Okay, it's gone. Whatever it was, blew up. Sent to do oblivion. There's so many games I need to get into, but I'm just so, like... fried, dude. I'm so fried on games at the moment. I know what I did. I know exactly what happened. Leaf asked me for a sound clip. And I muted, like, half the game trying to figure out how to get her a sound clip. That's what it was. I go through these phases where I'm just so cooked and, like, no game looks appealing. Except for, like, a select few. Honestly, maybe it's a bit more frequent these days, but I think it just comes with age. Like, dude, you know, I've been playing games since I was like 9, maybe younger. At some point, it gets a little exhausting. Especially on your eyeballs. I say older, but really not that old. Just an easy excuse. Oh, that is so wrong. Oh, it worked. It doesn't necessarily feel like a chore. I mean, I love this. I can play this game non-stop. If this is the only game I streamed forever, I think I'd be okay with it. Granted, at some point we would run out of things to do, but... I want to go hiking so bad. Dude, I've been trying to convince people to go. The problem now is, the people who would do that don't want to. Where's my ATV? Alright, it blew up. We had so many plans, but then also on top of that, the weather has been kind of horrendous. Wow, I don't know what happened to this thing, but we're just gonna assume that it's seen better days. Walmart, dude, what? I love those small, like, just random trips. My friends and I, when we didn't know what to do, back in the day, like I said, now they don't want to do anything, but back in the day, we would go to, like, a parking lot somewhere, and we would just hang out there. It was stupid, but it was fun. Or we would go, yeah, like, to a Walmart. It's like, oh, do you want to buy anything at Walmart? No. Well, why are you going to Walmart? Just, why not? Why not? What are you gonna sit home and do nothing? Oh, we could play video games. No! We do that all the time. Let's go do something else. Let's go see a movie. Let's go to Target. Let's go to Tim's. Tim's? There's no Tim's here. Okay, fair. Fair enough. I would need to go out for groceries or just want to get outside. I've been having those, like, get outside moments lately, but just... it's so hard to convince people. My friend, who was the dude who, like, well... it was him and I. We were the ones always trying to convince the friend group to go hang out. Not even, like, 10 years... 5 years ago, my bad. 5 years... and now he's the one that's like... you know, I just really enjoy being indoors. I'm like, dude, no, don't be like this. Now he's the guy that's like, nah. And if two of us aren't trying to push the group to do things, then it's cooked. The group is not going to do anything. There has to be at least 2 of us. It's fried. I would go with just one person. I really don't care. It could be... one other person. It's a little bit less, like, motivating if it's only you. Enjoying being indoors and outdoors? Yeah, I'm like a perfect in-between as well. I'll definitely go through my moments where I don't really feel like doing anything. That applies to online as well, to be honest. Except online's a bit more extended. I would end up doing stuff solo online more than, like, IRL. Kind of weird. Stop that. I mean, I've gone through intervals of isolating myself from, like, literally everybody and just watching anime or something for a month, maybe 2. Just going on, like, a crazy obsessive spree. It happens to the best of us. That's why I don't know if I'm an introvert or not. If you look at like old Coil Red VODs and like clips, and I'm like not surrounded, but like surrounded in the sense of like I'm in a lobby full of people. There's so many people in the lobby, and I'm just vibing, having a great time. Then again, this is like an age thing, because I feel like I wouldn't enjoy that anymore. Like being just in a group of 50 billion people. Or maybe I would. One thing I'm doing, we have a shed by our house. It's been a mess for ages. I'm going to clean it out and turn it into a woodworking shop. That's awesome. Bought a new random orbital sander and miter saw. Gonna make a workbench and see about making stuff as a side hobby. That's dope. That's really cool. We don't, I mean, we do in Poland, but we don't really have much of that here. Although, it's definitely an area we gotta clean out, and I can't wait to get to it. I'm excited. Mostly because I have a bunch of, like, old keyboards in there. And I'm more hyped to find, like, whoa, I had this keyboard? Whoa, I had this mouse? Damn, I was a big Razer fan, wasn't I? Whoa, I had this DJ, like, thing that I haven't used once? The plan is to sell them. Not, you know, keep them and hoard them. Long moved away from Razer? Me too. I haven't really dwelled into the Razer world and... Oh, it's gone. Yeah. I had, like, dozens of Razer peripherals and products. They started getting really cheap. They did. I bought the same headset because I loved it, the Razer Kraken Pro. I bought that thing when it first came out, and it was fantastic. It was amazing. And then when that one broke, I bought a new one of the same Razer Kraken Pro, but like the new edition because they didn't sell the old one. And dude, it like the headphone portion, it like peeled, and the microphone quality sounded worse, and I'm like, what? And that's when I really just like branched away for good. I was like, this sucks. I always thought they were overpriced garbage. I liked like way back when they were like a bit smaller of a company, their products were pretty sick. I liked them. I would say the quality was pretty good. I still have their OG Razer Naga Molten MMO mouse. That thing will outlast any mouse I get today, I feel like. Oh, ads, right. I'm gonna stay paused. Forgot about the freaking ads. I guess this is a good time for me to piss really quick. What's up, Johan? Pumpkin. Alright, gamers. I will be right back. This is my moment to go piss while the ads play. Here, I'll give you the BRB scene. But I'll be back in just a moment. Dude, guys, the gods have smiled upon us today. And I don't know if someone like was overhearing our conversation, but there are donut holes. There are donut holes. I just saw them. They were in the kitchen. I have them. We're living good. We're serious. Like, I don't know. Someone must have been listening in, because what are the odds of that happening? I don't know. I have no clue. Hey, Artifact, what's up, man? Cat eat donut holes. We just watched like a video of like the creation of donuts and donut holes for what was it, like an hour? I can't believe this. I actually, like, how? Now I just need a Tim's. Give me one of those ice caps. Welcome back, Lunaris. I don't know if you heard, but like, I went AFK because I was gonna go piss, but the bathroom was occupied. And I looked on the countertop in the kitchen, and there was donut holes in a box. Someone spied on me. This is crazy. Like, during our conversation, this is insane. There's no one home, by the way. So I probably just missed it in the morning. They're just... I can't. I can't, dude. I can't. Alright, who wants to send me an ice, what was it, ice cap? Are they up for grabs? Yeah, man, it's quite the big box, I'm not gonna lie. I can't eat those, I mean, I can't eat those alone. So they were already there? I mean, no one else could have possibly brought them over. Unless someone broke into the house mid-street. Who was it? Which one of you? Was it Ty? What are y'all just like... I didn't know we had a donut hole fairy in chat. Just breaking into houses and giving donut holes and leaving. Some Tim Tams. Community donut holes. You know our old currency was donuts in this chat? Aw, jeez. A3 minus 1 is down. Aw, jeez. Oh, man. A hole fairies. I said donut hole. What's the Canadian, like, opinion on Deadmau5? Is he still, like, the big hip thing that everyone's just like, hell yeah, we love Deadmau5? Surely Canadians aren't, like, proud of Justin Bieber. That was a Canadian thing? Well, isn't he, like... I mean, music-wise... Because, obviously, Canada has some of the best actors of all time. They got Jim Carrey. My favorite actor of all time. We don't acknowledge Bieber. I feel like he can't count anyway, because he just lives in... Neurons activated. Play it again. Start it again. Start it again. Neurons activated. Stop lagging. Stop being full screen. Now. Okay. Kind of niche, though? Oh, okay. I mean, I know he's quite popular, at least in, Niagara Falls. I think it was one of my other Canadian friends were, like, talking about how he's... like a god. Not a god, but... well respected in the At least in Niagara Falls. It's where he was raised, I'm pretty sure. This reminds me a lot of the game Nitronic Rush. They might look at me weird if I asked about Deadmau5. Yeah, that's probably fair. That is probably fair. I was looking at my stats, like my music stats the other day. I literally compiled them all. It was actually in the bump. But I compiled all of them out of like sheer curiosity. I'm talking like iTunes playtime or listen time, Spotify, Apple Music, local, because I had all of the data. I didn't realize like how far ahead Deadmau5 actually was. I knew he was far ahead. Because compared to all the other artists, I've been listening to him since 2009. But I didn't realize how like big of a gap it was. Pink Floyd's still my favorite musical artist of all time, though. I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I think we need some of this. Okay, we don't need some of that. Okay. Kerfus is out doing the fixing, and I hope he didn't get consumed. Although I think we would hear it. Okay, Kerfus, I have no idea what the hell you're doing. I mean, I always say, because I'm very, very, very indecisive. I have a new all-time favorite, like, every other month. Again, obsessive personality. It's some sort of problem. But I always lock in, and I've just set it strictly for the sake of, like, not having to change it, and everyone's like, oh, Aiko did it again. Pink Floyd, #1. Favorite of all time. I think they're the best of all time as well. I get, like, the Beatles, understandable, is a very fair, like, argument to be made there, but I actually think Pink Floyd is better sounding by a landslide. I think impact and culture, absolutely, the Beatles win, but I think Pink Floyd is just substantially better. The song sounds like it's from Nitronic Rush, but that was a college project for the same college as where Narbacular Drop came from. When the people working on Nitronic Rush left college, they went on to make an official game called Distance. That's whole soundtrack. Sounds like it was trying to sound like Deadmau5. It's kind of funny. There's a new game coming out. I wonder if I have the tab open still. It's called Night Runners. You might want to look into it if you like vehicles. It's only $10 on the Patreon, I think. It's a one-time subscription, but you get the files. Looks interesting. I might actually look into it a little bit more. My music tastes are all over the place. Mine as well. Mika Akakuma, yeah. I know that one, I know that one. I mean, I know a lot of obscure music. I think the most consistent thing in my life is being called the music guy. Actually, I think more people still call me the music guy over the tech guy or the streamer guy. Not because I play instruments, but because I just know so much. Is Night Runners the JDM racing game made to look like a PS1 game? Yeah. It looks interesting. I don't know how much I would play it necessarily. Maybe. My music taste is all over the place as well. The only thing I don't listen to is country music. I don't really think I have a label like that. Oh, that's great that I just did that. Good to see you, Rose. Welcome in. Rose is playing some, uh, 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 Back for Blood the other day. That was cool. I don't know if I'm known for anything. I feel like everyone's known for something. Whether it's a good thing or not is questionable or up for questioning. For example, Joe is known for typing very long paragraphs and nothing else. For all intents and purposes, that is a joke. Okay, he fixed all that, so let's calibrate. So I'm the dude who talks too much, right? Maybe. You think so? I'm eating these donut holes now. Dude, you see what I mean? Look at this. You see what I mean? I find I don't stop myself. If I don't stop myself, I tend to ramble. And rambling's fine. I worry I become uninteresting. I mean... this is not like a sly attack to you or anything. I talk all the time as well, and I agree with that, like, feeling, but, you know, you probably do end up uninteresting to some, but, like, super interesting to others. I apply that to myself a lot, because I used to be so self-conscious about everything, and then I realized that I should stop caring. Because what one person might find very disinteresting, like Voice of the Void, or music talk, even, some people just don't care. Meanwhile, other people are like, this is awesome. This is my favorite thing ever. Again, hence the podcast. I find that not everyone can be interesting in a podcast. But some people can really just make a podcast. I called the music guy a few times last night. We went to a beach bar that we were surprised to hear a lot of rock music coming from. It turned out I knew basically every song. Everyone was like, what's this one? Who sang this one? Now I know this is X, but what's that? What's the song? Hey, I resent that statement. I only write walls of text when I need to give a lot of context to a story, or you wouldn't understand what the story is about. That's my family to me. They're always asking me like, hey, what's this song? I mean, it's not just family. I have a lot of friends who DM me or like, and they send me a TikTok or some like short song in a video, and they're like, hey, what's this? And I'm like, yeah, that's Staying Alive by the Bee Gees. It's kind of funny you don't know that one. Blood. Not funny. Hey, Echo, can you play that song? One goes, dude, no, dude. Oh my god, I had a friend. It might have been Juvie. No, not Juvie. I had a friend who DM'd me one day, and they were like, hey, what's that song goes? La la la, la 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 la. Sounds like something Leaf would ask, but no, it wasn't Leaf. And I'm like, can you be more specific? Can you like capitalize and put dashes to make it sound a little bit more like real? And it's the one song that I found so annoying for the longest time that like everyone kind of adjusted to. I did as well now. It's the la 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 la. What is it like? I'm singing this song going la 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 or whatever. The song used to piss me off. I found it though. And they were like, God damn, how'd you do that? I'm like, I don't know, just I did. I think it's Sam Smith. From an anime song, and the only way I could convey the song is if I sing it. Yeah, understandable. I have instances like that too, but honestly what I used to do is I tried to like type out the words as well as I can like know them from a song. Oh, it's featuring Sam Smith. So who's the actual artist? What's up, Ireland? What's your favorite city in Ireland? Naughty boy. Yeah, that's like where music falls off for me. When people start asking me about like features, I don't always know the features for songs, dude. Like that's... We're treading into thick waters there, you know? If the radio was I mean, my dad was the music guy, but it was more like with the 70s and 80s music hits. The radio tower has been damaged. Again. I don't think it's offline, though. New problem? Everything was fixed except now, instead of all of my other fuses blowing up, the radio tower just suffers. I just call it quits if I can't find the song myself. Honestly, that's pretty fair. I used to do the same. It's just because, like, no one's better than me in this. That's not true. It's just, as far as my friend groups go, not a lot of people know more specific music. Like, they know certain genres. This is spam alert. The time I ripped all the songs from my CDs and threw them out, so I had everything digital, and then one day, when factory resetting my computer, I forgot to carry them over. Ooh, I could never throw out the CDs. I would regret it so bad. Up north, we don't have a lot of good cities. Also, lots of people I tend to avoid. That's very fair. Very, very fair. I had a hard drive. It was about a terabyte in size. And, dude. It died one day. And I knew it was, like, slowly dying. But I kept putting off, grabbing the music and, like, transferring over. And I had a lot of music. A lot. I'm talking, that drive was pretty much full. And I kept putting it off, and off, and off. And the day that I finally tried to transfer the music over, it just wouldn't happen. The drive was, like, on its deathbed. So some songs would transfer, but they were corrupt. And I'm like, it's cooked. Fortunately, again, let's go back to the subscription model thing. Big saving grace here about that is most of this music I purchased from Bandcamp. So the recovery process was just tedious because I had to re-download all the music. But the other thing is some artists delete stuff off of Bandcamp, so I did end up losing a lot of the music still. But, you know, I was saved because everything was on Bandcamp that, you know, at least you had that. I could never throw out CDs. I just think, like, my ancestors would strike me down. I thought I was being forward-thinking. And honestly, you kind of were. It's just that... sometimes things happen to screw us over. But this is a lesson to be learned for everybody. To have a specific drive unrelated to your C drive for honestly anything that's important to you, but music, I have a completely split drive now. It's an SSD on top of everything else, so I think that's Kerfus. Kerfus' trail. But it's a jumbo huge play. So if you wipe your drives or your main drive, you got your backup plan, right? I'm sure I have garbage bags somewhere. Hold on. Before I make these purchases for no reason. It might unironically be in this desk. Boom. I just want to see if I can put this creature in here or not. Dude, how do I get rid of this aside from eating it? There's got to be a way. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I mean, I'm planning on just fully making a like homebrew network storage thing where everyone in the house can use it. It's gonna be a lot of space. I need several terabytes, but evidently it'll be worth it. Also, speaking of which, I think they finally fixed this. Or so I thought. Is it this? Huh. I thought they fixed the vents. Maybe I need a crowbar? Each time I hear that, expect the combined death sound to accompany that swing sound. This one usually flies open, but not through my... Voices of the Void has a multiplayer mod. I don't know how stable it is, though. I know it opens with an event, but they fixed it where you can open it yourself after a while. Because some of us missed the event, right? Oh! Wait. Idiot. No! Wait, could I just not pick that one? Maybe this one? Dude, one of these has to be movable with a grav gun, like... Sierra is down. No! I guess we just can't enter the vents in this playthrough. Not that there's like anything crazy, it's just kind of annoying that I can't access the areas. Is the Molotov still in there, by the way? Can't really tell. I think so. Pretty sure it's still up there. Let's try grav gun in this deer corpse. I think I already tried and it didn't work. Ico cannot be sus today? What do you mean sus? I'm never sus. Unless, you know, unless there's donuts around. Hold on. Maybe this one? Why? Oh, I can't go into the vents. Yeah. Yeah. Let's get a double hook. Thank you for the 10 consecutive streams. Crazy. Okay, don't do that. All right, we have to theorize with the deer, because I don't know what the hell to do with it. But aside from that, I'm trying to think of like other. Oh, fire. Fire. Foya. Foya, Foya! What about hacksaw? No! Foya, Foya. Foya. I've angered the spirits. I'm going home. Aww. Not enough Foya. We need another light, like right here. AKA another glow stick. Yeah, you know, it's a cooked deer now. Huh. Well, there goes my light. You didn't see anything. as per usual, really happy to see that my daughter's still missing. Just really cool. The hell was that noise? Oh, Ghost Man! Thank you for the 71-month resub, man. Hey! Welcome back, homie. Good to see ya, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you, man. Hey, see ya. That's a deadmau5 song. You guys ever hear this artist here? Oh. Bro, please. Erotic? It was quite the session. We really reviewed those donuts. We reviewed them real good. We learned how donut holes are made. I missed it. Yeah, and then, I don't know, some sort of like Twitch fairy showed up at my house and I found a box of donut holes on the kitchen counter. I don't know who done did it, but it's kind of crazy. And now I have some on my plate, but only some. I won't tell you how much some equates to, but... And not sharing with the whole class? I said you guys are more than welcome to have some. Aiko doesn't share his food typically, so this is your, like, rare situation. He hates us. You know, only a little bit. But, like, only a little bit. You know, every streamer should hate their chat just a little bit. Builds character. Leave bullies us. See? He hates us lovingly. Yes. Yes. How you guys like this wall panel that's just lodged into my window? It's honestly spectacular. It really, you know, good sun blocking right there. Just great. How would do that? Aliens. Very demure. Oh god. Oh god. Would have been great for the Bad Son event. Oh, it was. It was great. I'm going to my farm. Literally. I'm literally going to my farm. Orange. You guys like orange or no? What everybody thinking the orange? I like, yes. Very good. Orange good. Hey, you guys. Hey, orange, you glad I didn't say banana? Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh. I haven't felt real joy in life in 10 years. just, dude, you just have like this like heartfelt conversation and then they just, I really just haven't felt joy in like my entire life. Should be crazy. Too real, bro. Yeah, you know, it's just the last decade has been so bad. Quaffin? Oh, that's Dr. Kell. Dude, I think he has cancer, I'm not even gonna lie. But don't worry, we can cure it here with alien fluids. Hear me out. What if there was a game like this, but multiplayer, and the whole game was about setting up camp in an old factory building on the outskirts of a town? It was about cleaning out the area and making it livable. I feel like there is a game like that. Alien fluids? Yes. Yes. Dr. Cancer. I sure as hell hope he don't. What I'm doing? Oh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9. Wahoo! Arc Raiders. Am I right, chat? Am I right? I haven't felt joy in 10 years. Chat, we're gaming. Oh god. Dude, I be seeing clips of like the new, you know, the new big streamer like world, and I'm just like, I'm old. I malfunction at the words they say. Not even that old, just old enough. Oh yeah, Abiotic Factor. I hear really good things about that game. Poke played it a lot for a long time. He played with Germa and Stir and I think Vinny. I think we were trying to get into it and then we just didn't. The song's so bleep bloop. This is a remix. This is When the Summer Dies, I think. Just the beat of it kind of sounds. When the summer dies. Yeah! I was freaking right. Ain't that right, Carfus? We're kind of just spamming signals right now. I'm trying to get this stinky TARDIS event, man. Why I can't get it? I hate Doctor Who! And this is why! Transit in Toronto, yes! His response, uh-oh. It's getting a little better, but still overly crowded, and if you're unlucky, you'll run into a few unstable folks. Heart. Click to react. People hugging. Click to react. Pregnant man. Click to react. Add reaction reply forward more. Pregnant man? The comics so off guard. Pregnant man is crazy work. Should have stopped after the unstable folks comment. Oh god. That's funny. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it's just New York, you know? New York has the unstable people too, and pregnant men, I guess. I'm very immersed by your statement here, especially the click to react pregnant men. Can we get some pregnant men in chat? How do you even do that? Is that an actual just... I mean, it's an actual emote, right? Oh, God. Oh, God, dude. What? Wow, that's beautiful. What the freak? Is that a black hole? No, it's just the void. The void, but without voices. Honestly, that's fair. I mean, like, Toronto is just something I considered because more of my friends are in that area. But if it's, like, not affordable, then I'd probably rather just go somewhere more affordable. Now, this is all, like, theoretical, but some stuff I've been thinking about. I've been thinking about leaving the US since, like, 2022, maybe even earlier, honestly, but... To commit is a very difficult thing. I have major commitment issues. Mpreg is canon in emojis. Oh god. The void. Who done just screamed? Who done just made that scream happen right there? What is that scream anyway? Y'all heard that or nah? The stock scream? You stubbed your toe? Dude, when I think of stubbing toes, I think of like the old sounds from like Tom and Jerry. Like the oh! If you stub your toe, is it bleeding? Because every time I do, I break the toe open. Oh, damn. I don't know, actually. No, I don't think so. Not typically. Aiko, what are they all preg? You know, sometimes you just have to mpreg, man, you know? You know what I'm saying or no? Get reports. Dude, my bloody table, bruv. The heck is going on? Dude, I don't know, I've never had Tim Hortons, but I'm like craving a hot coffee. For some reason, I just have this like embedded and ingrained hot coffee from Tim Hortons is like really good. You guys like hazelnut coffee or not so much? I love hazelnut coffee, oh my god. I mean, honestly, I just get bland, like, no milk, no sugar coffee these days, black coffee, full-fledged. Never had it? Really? I mean, I guess it is more common here, and it's all fake, artificial flavoring. Hazelnut coffee in the K-Cops? Yeah! I mean, I kind of, like, converted. We have this machine, and I kind of, like, make the coffee myself from, like, the little beans. I, like, crush them. Very boring guy with coffee. I think I've gotten boring. I used to be like, oh my god, I'm gonna go to Starbucks, and I'm gonna get myself a grande, caramel macchiato with a shot of espresso. I don't do that anymore. I kind of want coffee now. Me too, but it is. I'm pushing the hours here, you know. I kind of like limit myself to 4 p.m. is the last minute that I can consume a coffee without regretting it later. Granted, honestly, caffeine doesn't affect me. Saturn! El planet Saturn. I remember a long time ago, there was a coffee brand that emailed me about a partnership. Dude, I should have just taken it, but back then I was kind of like, I don't know this brand enough. I feel like I need to try it. And I felt like by the time I got one of their products to try, it'd be too late to accept if it was good. Holy smokes, Charlie's down! I might need more painkillers as well. Already went through the ones I had earlier. Oh, I know. Bro, I know that feel. I know it all too well. Painkillers. For me and Monster to cut off was 7 p.m. then 8 then 9. God, Jesus Christ, Joe. It's crazy. The fact you mentioned you shared a lot of similar things in terms of mindset, and if you are saying coffee doesn't affect you, that might be an indicator of ADHD, because ADHD makes caffeine not work as well. Dude, I have had this conversation with ADHD people so often that I really don't know anymore. I don't know if I do or don't. I really can't tell. And I should just go get checked, but America's kind of scary. You get diagnosed with something, like you might get put on the scale of like, no, you're not gonna get hired here or here. Gonna have to dip here. Good night, Ghost Man. Thanks for stopping by. Really? Yes, it is illegal. It is illegal, but people find, like, ways to get around it. They'll, like, find a different reason for it. That's if they go as far as to background check you to such a degree to be like, oh, you know, we noticed you have depression and ADHD and OCD. Unfortunately, you know, we don't hire people like you. That old cutoff was enough time for me. I'd try to finish before 7 p.m. and then it'd leave my system around 1 a.m. What? 1 a.m. Actually, you know what? That's fair. You know, I can chug so much coffee in a single day, but I still get tired at like the same time anyway. It just doesn't matter. I'll leave, but please fix that baggy picture that's off center before I go. Dude, real. I didn't even hear you, bro. You scared the shit out of me. Star, okay. Because you are a sky full of stars. You guys like Coldplay? I feel like Coldplay is so hit or miss. But I think the common agreement is that, dude, how the freak did you get into my base? I think like older Coldplay was the better era. No, wait. Idiot. Not really my thing? Yeah, that's fair. Do you like Boards of Canada as a Canadian? I ask as if Boards of Canada... I'm pretty sure they're Scottish, right? Get out of my base. Where is she? What was the question? Do you like Boards of Canada? Is that a board game? It's a band. I think this is the most commonly known one. Where's Roy G. Biv? I'm gonna let this play. I need a piss, so I'll be right back. I should run the ads because they're about to start anyway. But I don't want the song to get overshadowed through the ads. I'm gonna go piss though. Visualizer 2. Ooh. Wait, you're freaking right. I'm running the ads. Alright, be right back. How how long was the song frozen for? That wasn't a very long piss break, was it? I queued up 2, but it only played the 1. What happened? Roy G. Biv. Seemed fine to me? Huh. Well, alrighty then. Well, at least the ads are out of the way. Yeah, Boards of Canada. What did Joe? I liked a few songs by them a while back. Good stuff. Yeah. I like them. Delaying it starting by like 30 seconds and it ended with like 30 seconds of silence. Huh. Everything you do is a balloon. Let me see. I don't own the entire discography. This one. I literally found it immediately. Yeah. I think this is gonna fade before it all arrives. It's just funny their name is BOC, but they're from Scotland. We got it. I remember like a long time ago. People were like, I thought the way my friend described this group was a rock band. And then when I finally gave them a listen, it was not a rock band. It's like, what? What day of the week is it here? Wednesday. Okay, we're done with all that. Nice. I can remember who suggested them, but no idea why he suggested it. I know why my friend suggested it. But it still made it seem like it was a rock band. Come on. Oh. I can never remember how like loud this is for you guys, the music. Cause my mixer is at like 55%. Decent. Now, decent is good or bad? Good for listening? Okay. Yes, I do. But I also don't like McDonald's. Which is why it was kind of heartbreaking for you to say to me that Tim Hortons is bad, but like, McDonald's is good. Right, but yeah, it's only the coffee, so. It's just, I have only had bad experiences with McDonald's everywhere that I've been, not just in the US. But I've never tried the coffee, so I don't know. Victor is down. Stop! I need to charge my keyboard. So, what did you mean by, special Kerfus? You can get, like, a special Omega Kerfus? What's that about? We're kind of on track to do that again. No, I don't think I've seen another Kerfus. Just the orange one. Another pack of cigarettes and a baguette. I'm not a smoker, man. Happily. 6 packs? Dude. That's crazy. That's 600 points, man. Oh, hold on. I do know. French Kerfus. I have seen that one. I have seen that one. Yes. But now I want it. God, the point... I'm at 5,571 points, and it hurts me to still spend 680. Is that a good habit or a bad habit? No, I want to stay above 5k. Damn it, I don't have fuel. $780. Surely that lantern has infinite fuel, right? Where's that lantern at? Where's that lantern at? Where's that lantern at? Where's that lantern at? You still got infinite fuel, buddy. Like the good old days. 301. Woohoo! Wait. I thought you can... Can you not do that anymore? Oh. I could swear you were used to be able to just siphon the fuel out of this thing. I swear there's a way to do this. Maybe not. This was a method I used to use, but guess not. Well, whatever. 780. Before we do this, just order it. Oh, that hurts. $333. We can get French Kerfus. Now, does that mean I need a already existing Kerfus? Like a Omega Kerfus? Yes? Okay, okay. That is fine. Why can't I see these anymore? The images. What happened there? Wow. I was able to hold all of that? Fanny pack moment. Well, we can try to start working towards the next Kerfus. I mean, we have the recipe, we just don't have radioactive... What was it? Chunks? I assume that's a mine angle. Probably gotta go to the mine. Oh no. Kerfus. Are you kidding? Dude. Huh? What? What? What is this? What in the world? Bro, this thing good? Something you sort of might have messed up? What are you talking about? Keep the baguette on you and pay close attention to it. Stop eating it when it gets to 1 or go down to nearly 0 hunger. When you do, take a load off in the most French way possible. I have no idea what you're saying to me. Are you telling me to jork it French style? What is that? Oh. Satellite. It's so weird in this. Dude, what is this? Where even... It's an elevator or some... French jork. Okay. Who killed Kerfus? Is that a deer? I mean, surely the deer didn't kill Kerfus, right? Is he inside of the satellite? What was that? He's inside of the satellite, I think.
Trash rat.
Oh no. What even kills him here? What is that? What killed him?
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
I don't think the deer does that. Shy Fangs, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. There was another red dot. I really don't think it was the deer. It's whatever this is, probably. Running away. Why would this not have a setting for a light toggle? French jork. Oh, we're like on its tail. You. Oh my god, it was a fossil hound. You killed my son. Honestly, this drone is sick. Rest in peace, son. Big feet. I always wanted a drone IRL. They're really cool. Oh, and now it's just like the big hip thing, right? Like everybody has a drone. Still, would be kind of sick. What was that? Oh, just a rock. Yeah, I mean, we have had one, but it's not like a drone. I mean, you know, not the big money music drones. It didn't really work. Yeah, drones are cool. I'd be down to get a drone as well. It saves me a lot of time and stuff doesn't despawn. It's honestly such an awesome thing to get in this game. I feel like it spares me so many travel trips, even though I do have to go and like fix Kerfus myself. But look, now the fossil hound's gone, so we know we're safe, and I can just go. I am curious what like GTA is gonna have. Oh, I have the coffee on me, huh? So hold on. Keep the baguette on you and pay close attention to it. Stop eating it when it gets to 0 to 1. Or go down to nearly 0 hunger. When you do, take a load off in the most French way possible. So I'm supposed to smoke and eat the baguette at the same time or something? I think you might just need to tell me what in the world I need to do there. I don't know the French. The most French way possible. So eat some baguette. What does that have to do with Kerfus? Blood. Yeah, surrender. Now that's pretty true. He should have surrendered. No, my son will never surrender. And that's why he's dead. Is this, you're serious? I thought you were just making it up. Like some funny meme. I fully expect this to be some sort of like, lol, I just made this Ico guy do the most ridiculous things for no reason. No, his badge. What? Why is there like no icon for that one? Bollocks. Ball. It's not even lit up. Kind of weird. Surely the rest of us have everything? I think I have everything. Oops. Can't believe he died right next to the friends, too. They're not like the others. What if they say they're not just another one of your fakes? You're a pretender. I'm making it up, though. I don't know if you need the other chair. You're gonna double check the ground? Well, we got the chest, the pelvis, the arm, the foot. On the other foot. Wait, am I missing one of the arms? Yeah, it's probably a good call. It might just... Oh, no, we have the two arms, the foot, the pelvis, the chest. Oops, my watch. Head, foot. Nothing on the floor here. We'll just double check upstairs one more time. Typically, like, his stuff doesn't scatter too far. But I wasn't entirely certain if... No, we got everything. Now it would be comedic after double checking. You can do something with that elevator thing? I don't even know where that is. Unless it's in the bunker. Yeah. I mean, typically, like I said, he doesn't, like, blow up, but there's always, like, these collisions can happen while the stuff is falling, and the catwalk. Fortunately, it's an easy fix. Just, you gotta make sure you got all the parts. They will remember that. I did visit. I'm glad they will remember that. I saw the meta at the moment is to not end the Easter event and just keep spam respawning the eggs. Because they just constantly, every 5 minutes, they get plus rep. Who's they? The cat girl aliens. This is kind of a cluster winner. Did mannequins ever mess things up? They seem ominous. Sometimes they do pick up your stuff, but no, typically they're not really. They're just annoying because they follow you around. I don't like being followed around. Alright, get down here, son. You're in big trouble. Just unbelievable. Follow me. No, but as far as I know, they don't really do much. They just exist to exist. The real nuisance is the daughter. But, you know, she's been missing for 2 whole streams now. I'm convinced my updating or something just despawned her at this rate. I know I found some of my objects randomly spread around the world, but there's just, I don't know, man. Nothing else here resembles her, and unless she doesn't appear as an entity on the radar, which I highly doubt because she literally walks around and exists. Found all but 1 arm, then basically locked out of repairing them because even though I could rebuild the arm, I couldn't use an unpainted arm on the Kerfus. So I needed to find a way to get 1 painted arm, which meant having to build a Dark Kerfil all over. Which defeats the point because then you're gonna have another one that has no arm. Oh, I googled. It seems that the plush variation of her, only the plush, teleports to random cushions around the entire map. I'm talking any chair or like bed. But not the living form. She just somehow escaped her little bunker. And I haven't seen her since. What's up, Malky? I need to steal all the cushions. Problem is, I don't know what is classified as a cushion beyond just bed. I googled it when I lost faith that I will never find her. And honestly, googling it only supported my fears even further. And that grind going, nice, man. Get that grind going. Playing Final Fantasy, I assume. What's there to do in Final Fantasy? Are you doing relics? You farming them relics? Yes, sir. Oh god, dude, the new relics just look so tedious. I say, but like, nothing will ever be worse than the Heavensward relic grind and a Realm Reborn. My brother wants me to play again. I just haven't been convinced. There's not enough. Not enough to like pull me back. Yeah, I saw the new trailer. I was watching FanFest on and off. I like the new like tank stuff they're doing, even though everyone's super mad. I think the evolution of combat will be a good thing, to be honest. Gonna max by January. What, max your, all your jobs and crafters? I think I'm 2 crafters away from max, and I just haven't been bothered. Or I guess couldn't be bothered. Crafters are done. Oh, so you're just doing the, really? By January? I feel like you can speedrun those. The normal jobs. I guess DPS is a bit slower. It's all about the dailies. You're only doing dailies to level? Dude, just run the highest level dungeon you can. And like, don't forget about eating your XP food. Dude, that's gonna take so long. I mean, I guess if you're not in a rush, then who cares, right? Dungeons make me EP? I agree, I hate it. But I did kind of like, just lock in. There was just an era not that long ago where I wanted everything at 100, so I speed ran and did all of the highest level dungeons for the last like 5 jobs that I needed. Wait, hold on. Because do I really want to do this yet? Let's just try. 10? Okay, theoretical. So here's the 1. Here's the SIG. Oh, we're at 100. We're actually at 100 hunger. I didn't even notice. Okay, well, we'll come back to this in a moment. It says it doesn't have to be lit. Also, I don't have a way to light it. Yeah, I set the deer on fire. I guess we should get a lighter, huh? Just for emergency purposes. 100. Oh, good lord. Okay, here we go.
You disgust me!
You disgust me! Okay. Now we're with curve, 5 SIGs, a full baguette. Okay. I don't know if I should do it on this one or build a new one. I'm kind of content with just having one normal. So I need a radioactive something. We need 4 compressed radioactive material. And a gas welder. The great gas welders we can find easy. They're in like every transformer. Radioactive material. I assume that's just in the mine. I don't think this is enough. Or like... better. I can tell you where to find some radimate crystals, but I think you need to mine the rest. Okay, so I really don't want to go in the mine. I just don't like it. Do I need the diving suit, or can I get the pickaxe without doing that? I think the last time I like pulled myself down with the hook. Dude, I'm getting sick of these guys, I'm gonna be honest. I probably should have... Let's do this first. Asteroid. Wait. I was scratching my face. Okay. Okay. See that guy? Just do this crazy twirl. Alright, the pickaxe. Do I need a... I don't need the hazard suit in the mine, right? Oh, we need a pumpkin, though, to open it. Dude, play... Play City in Florida. Shout out Florida. You don't need it if you're quick? Oh, so you could get radioactive. Oh, well, I mean, I guess it's the... Oh, I mean, I guess I'll just bring it. It's fine. Alright, last time I was here, I got attacked by things in the sand. Let's not do that again. Okay, the pickaxe is somewhere around here. Okay, I'm wrong. Is it further down? It's on like a tree thing, right? Like on a branch. There it is. Oh. What's up, Snowblade? Oh, jeez. Finally home, nice. Time for the Snowblade fun fact of the day. Holy moly. Do I even have all the other parts? I don't think I do. It's gonna be a little annoying to have the radioactive capsule around here. I had a dock somewhere, let's see. Do you know on this day in 1942, sugar becomes the first household staple ration as part of the US war effort? The government issues ration books with tear-out stamps. Hold on. Let me just open this page so I know what I'm dealing with. Ration stamps. Allowing every American, kids included, to buy 26 pounds of sugar per year. Damn, 26 pounds. Now you do. Now you do. Alright, hold on. I need... Wait, what about the joints? I think that's gonna be the problem. Ooh, dude, I might just make this Kirpus transform. I don't know how much I want to look around for the joints. How do I even get more anyway? I thought they were pretty exclusive to one area. Ooh. Suddenly, I don't feel like making another Omega Kirpus at this current time. It almost feels like you can't. Thinking about it. Like, I have the module. Everything else is in the store? Oh! 4 of these. 8 of these. Camera. We need the Kerfer parts. Just buy the joints and the camera for now. Do I even have leftover glass scrap? This is probably something I can actually craft, though. Surely. Surely. Ah, nice. You can still have a third AI module you can grab when you need it. True, probably. Do what you did, but even deeper? Dude, you're killing my vibe. I'm jamming out. Thank you. Okay. This is such a mess. AI module. I think we need the binder. Module, glass scrap, metal scrap, oh, plastic. 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 Two plastic, one metal, two electronic, one glass, module, Kerfer part. Kerfer part. Kerf O head. I think I nearly got done by the cops in my area because of this song. Dude, this is one of my favorites for sure. I think it's such a... well, the song's gonna have to pause for a moment there. What's going on? What day is it? 38. Is today the day? There's nothing on my radar. Is today not the Transformer? Is it the EMP day? I'm not too familiar with the events in the story after. Okay, whatever. I know day 38 isn't the one where the Damn, I kind of wish I saved. We're just gonna go check. You guys around? Is it the laser tag? I think this is usually later in the day. So I don't think this is the event. Oh. Oh! Oh no, it's not. It's this one. I heard the humming, I'm like, what is that? Oh, get the flash out. Welcome. Holy moly. Cool. Cube. The screen shaking is a bit much. It gets a little intense. It's kind of why I'm like moving out of the way. We've seen that one before, so it's nothing too crazy. Dude, I feel that. The screen shaking when you're on too much caffeine in this game, it gets a little, like... It's a little overwhelming. Okay, so... Head done. We need the torso. The torso is 3 plastic. Oh god. Oh god. Oh lord. You shouldn't be supplementing sleep with caffeine. Yeah? Are you really want to talk, huh? Mr. Monster Energy Drink at 7 p.m. I'm not stopping. Oh, this song reminds me of some really silly moments with some homies. My friends who are like, dude, this guy sucks. You listen to this Deadmau5 guy, he's not good. Stop for the day. Oh, ads, of course, classic. Dude, it's just, like, they're such vibe killers, the ads. speaking from the perspective of like someone who watches the streams now instead of a streamer. All right, we got 3 plastic, 1 metal. Do I not have 2 electronic? I could totally believe that being a thing. I do have 2 electronic. Confirming. Yes. What are we missing? Oh, Kerfer part again. Oh. This is not the correct Kerfer part, is it? Didn't I have another one? Like an actual Kerfer part? Oh, bollocks. Guess the color doesn't really matter. We'll just buy another blue one for 500. Merciful Neptune. Wow. Well, that's fine. We got it all back. Something so unsettling about having a cigarette. It's not even lit, but just having a cigarette next to such lightable things. Just a little unnerving. It's okay though. We dove into the deep waters with this. By the way, funny story. That Voices of the Void stream where we played on we played the music on the radio. It got like blocked instantly. I had to like trim out that entire segment. So people, if they ever watch that on YouTube, they're gonna be like, "What just happened?" Well, feast your eyes. This is Blue Kerfus. Okay, this is a little... Kerfo chest, yay! That was so loud. Okay, so we have the head and the chest. Pelvis is the joints. Oh, this is the radioactive one. Okay, the arms is 4 plastic. We're now out of plastic, to be honest. Or out of his kind of a... Oh, Kerfus, you just watch me like dismantle one of your brothers. I'm so sorry. But it's for a good cause. He will be upgraded just like you, but he might be French, which might not be as ideal for you, but... It's okay. It could be worse. They could be French-Canadian. Dude, I need a second, like, crafting bench. You guys watched the VR Chat award show? I only saw bits and bobs of it. Just like two on and off. 4 plastic scrap. 2 metal. 1 electronic. Okay, don't have that. And then the joints. There's an award show? Yeah. It was on Puck's channel, I think? Yeah, Puck. I only watched like on and off a little bit. It was cool though. It looked very like high production aside from the one performance where you can hear Discord noises. That one's kind of funny. So the last 2 awards. Yeah. But there was an award show. Gonna be honest, I don't think I knew anyone except for Naku that won an award. I'm too out of touch with the community at this point. Okay, now we do the legs. Legs are essentially the same deal. Right? Yeah. So we need the 4 plastic. VRChat die while the show is taking place, really?
Wait, who's paying for the ambulance?
Hey, Zeph. Thank you for the 60-month Rooney resub. Welcome back, Zeph. How you doing? Hopefully well. I heard HR is getting on your nerves. Very classic in the jobbing world. Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. Okay, we need electronic scrap. I guess the plastic again. Wait, no, we need 4 plastic, yeah? How many do I have? 3. Aiko, why are you hoarding all of the scrap? Just sell it. Who's dumb now? Like, I feel like they are everywhere. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Got some food. Nice. Hell yeah. Kerfo armed. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. We didn't need two new arms. Honestly... Oh, it gave me all of it back. Excellent. I'm glad the developer knows that people are dumb like me sometimes. What am I missing? Oh, the parts. The kerf... No. What? Oh, one more electronic. It needs 2. I thought you'd have to reload a save. That would suck. Over half of them at this point are from France? Oh no. Not France. Alright. We need 1 plastic, 1 metal, 1 electronic, 1 Kerfer part, and the radioactive thingy. So, all this can go for now. Essentially what I'm gonna do in all honesty, is... leave this. These are the wrong Kerfer parts, so let's just put them away. Bruv. Completely different view on work ethics and all those things, but they still have to conform to Norway's laws and workers' rights and all that. Good. They better conform. Lima is down. Yeah, understandable though, understandable. We're about to go on a bit of a journey for a little bit. As a result, I might power off the things, because I don't know how long it's going to take. What is it at? Yeah, it's at 84. I'm not sure. It could take seconds, it could take minutes, it could take an hour. Inside my head, there's a little place left for you. Okay. Coffee. I'm gonna take it with us. I see they're just randomly shifting over. That makes sense. Yep. Yeah, you do your thing. Alright, hazmat suit. Pumpkin in inventory. Save the game. Pickaxe. Let's go. I'm hoping we don't have to go too far. Into the mine. Especially because I didn't bring like spare food. I don't know why. We have so many oranges and I just forget to pick them up. I like that the hazmat suit is like, I mean the SIG is still like pushing through the hazmat suit. Must be a very crazy health violation. There's a trick to this if you need to remember. I've only gone in once, and I don't remember if there was a trick aside from Just finding the stuff. Fortunately, we only need 3. What was it? 3 radioactive thingies. It's not terrible. Oh, 4. It was 4. Oh man, compress? Do I need anything specific for the compressing, or do I just... You know, this is Google worthy because I don't want to mess it up, and I really don't like having radioactive things. Okay. So I need I need 16 crystals. Okay. That's fine. I thought it was gonna be like, yeah, you need the crystals, but you also need like this and this and this. That being said, we do need a couple of gas welders because we only have the one. There are some around the transformers, so it's fine. Kind of low-key, one of my least favorite processes here. Oh, there are multiple use? Okay, that's good too. I don't like the mine, though I haven't seen the new one, but... God, this song is such a banger. I could have brought Kerfus. Actually, no, because it's an instance. What if we get stuck, you know? Don't need that. Big bada boom. Hello, is this the home of Simon and Garfunkel? I have for you an offering. A pumpkin. Do I just leave? Answers my question. Where's my camera? I didn't bring a camera with me? Is he good? Hey, homie. Okay. No, I left my camera somewhere. Alright, you do your thing. I'm gonna go inside now. I never really tried to feed it before. Problem is I can't save because he's like in a weird spot. I cannot leave now. Are you serious right now? There we go. Go! Wait, what? You're missing something? Do I need the lantern? Am I actually required to bring it with me? Or a glow stick? That's so inconvenient. I think we'll just take a nap then. I stole one of the pumpkins.
Baby, you know that I got you. I can never stop you. I would never stop you.
What's up, Ty? Thanks for the rain, man. How was Elden Rings? There we go. Fun, nice. Yeah, I don't... Props to you. I'm so burnt out on that game. I mean, it was like... We played it anytime there was nothing else to play. I mean, this gives me a moment to, like, prep a little better. We'll take a quick nap, we'll get some food, we'll bring some food. We'll bring the lantern, even though I don't really want to use it. I just, like, why can't I bring my flashlight? That's crazy, man. It's crazy. Hello, Johanny Guambus. This is gonna be a moment to, like, put some stuff away, I guess. I kind of low-key want to bring one of these with me. Just put the mannequin into the mine. I don't think that's how it works. Pretty sure you drop the item. We'll take 2 orange. Play ghosts and stuff. Play ghosts and stuff. I don't need the pumpkin again, right? It's gonna stay open. Okay, key card away. We got our that, we got this. The lantern. That I put somewhere. The lantern. The lantern. The lantern. The lantern. The lantern. The lantern. The lantern? Did I leave it upstairs? The lantern. There it is. Let's get some grub real quick, like proper. I say proper, but it's just gonna be more orange. Okay. Then we take nap. I guess at this point we get a new signal too. Well, that's what I get for not being prepared. Well, play ghosts and stuff. I'm just gonna leave this after the fact, because we knew it was radioactive. Okay, my bad. A little sensitive, huh? Whatever, 98. Sleep. Then we're just gonna sleep to 100. Dude, dude, where did these mannequins come from, man? By the way, they fixed it. You can't sell them anymore. You can't put them in the drone bag. Not in vanilla, true. I want more donuts. In Ico IRL stream, I just go get donuts. All right. So I have the lantern. I have the orange. I have my knife, pickaxe, a hook, coffee. The hazard suit's in my bag. I don't think I need anything else. But just in case, for whatever reason, I'm gonna take one singular glow stick. My ATV is in poor shape, so I'm not taking it. It blew up spontaneously, and I don't really feel like fixing it right now. I mean, I fixed it, but... this is my excuse to not have to use the ATV. Even though we would get there so much faster. I need to start upgrading it. I was going to buy every, like, good upgrade. In my opinion, good. But... I don't know if I would use it as often. r/strobe circle jerk. The thing is, I don't think this is the best Deadmau5 song by a landslide. Maybe when I was younger. No, because when I was younger, I was really into, like... I can't think of the songs now, but... I really don't think that I thought Strobe was the best. I liked all the songs no one talked about. Just like Closer from the album title goes here. I think that's like one of his best songs. 2 upgrades on it, make it a totally different ATV than anymore are also great. I mean, I wouldn't get the solar one because there's no point if the battery doesn't get used up from the other upgrade. Or like driving or moving is a thing, right? I'll just get that. I would get the turbocharged super fast. What if I do need another pumpkin? This would be really suboptimal if I have to run back. I knew it, dude. I had a feeling in my body that I need another pumpkin. When did I last save? I'm gonna make a backup save. I was sleeping. All right. $50 minutes late for it? I think I'm just gonna take the ATV. Oh, I don't remember. We're not even at 100% sleep. I don't want the sleep. What? Stop it. Stop it. Okay, it's checking again. Alright, we got that. What am I missing? Pickaxe, lantern. I'm gonna take another extra glow stick with me from the outside. I can still go in at any time, right? It's just I have to bring a pumpkin. Oh, this is taking too long. Carvis, I'll be back. Alright, brace yourselves for loud noise. Good lord. Get me an ATV like silencer upgrade. Sick. Yeah, right, dude. I wonder if one does. What? Oh, like, make it quieter? I don't think so. I looked at all the upgrades. Oh my god. That's kind of why I'm not a big fan of the ATVs. It's too loud. Too loud. Oh god. What? Dude, what do you mean? Oh, okay. It's just because what's his face was nearby. Unless my game just crashed. Well. Was there a crash? No, I don't know. I think it's rendering it. Or it should have been done by now? It did save. I'm just gonna reboot it. Ooh, I have to like force close it. Yeah, it was a crash. It's okay, we have the backup save. Just means we're gonna have to run all the way back, which that is annoying, but... I think it saved like right before I entered. Hopefully. Give me the unmixed. I want the unmixed version. Is it full screen again? No. Hello? Come on. Come on. Render. Come on. Do it. Oops. It didn't save, did it? Oh. It did. But now you can't see the game. Why? Why is that? Huh? What's going on here? There we go. Oh, okay. I did kind of spam. It's possible it crashed because I was just spamming the enter button and it's my bad. Oh, did it crash again? Just give it a moment. Oh, I guess this is cooked. Why? Why did you tag me with the pregnant man emoji? So what's going on here? I guess we're not going to the mines. I guess we're not entering the mines. All right. Tough noodles. Back home. Does not yearn for the mines? I do not. I'm kind of honestly relieved that this is happening. I feel better not having to enter there. Although it looks kind of interesting in there. Not a fan of that place. Just not. Not a fan at all. Well, I know there's another way to get the crystals, I think. And honestly, I might just dupe them. Because it's 2 for 2 now of crashes. No, I'm all good. Do your thing. Do your art. Do your art. We're just chilling. We're just voicing the voids. Not for too much longer tonight. I'm gonna see if I can get some of my assignments done before the weekend. I was actually talking while the ads were playing earlier. I went to the BRB scene. It was not Toronto. It was just some other tower that looks similar somewhere in Niagara Falls. We were only around Lake Ontario. But we have discussed potentially going back. So that'd be cool. Alright, I'm out of here. Alright, so Okay. Dude, I need it to not constantly go back into full screen. Low key. All right, let's see how many crystals we can find in that one thing. I need to find a satellite. More flesh gibbs. There's so much like fossilized stuff around here. Let's play musical chairs, one of my favorite games. Parkour. Yeah, auto modded. I don't even see it. It was funny because there's a ping, but it's not showing it. Oh, hide deleted messages. Let me disable that. Wondering if I could ask you to test something. Sure, maybe. Kind of depends what it requires of me. While in Voices of the Void. See if a QR code works. My phone is being used by... Actually, wait. Yeah, I can probably do that. Hold on. I have like a... app thing. On my not phone. Is there a way to confirm it's safe first before scanning? That's actually a good point. What are we scanning? I'll make sure it does work for everyone else. Yeah. Send DM. Sick art. Okay, yeah? Yeah, it takes me to Leaf's Twitch page. Interesting noise. Hell yeah. Okay. Cool. If it gets shared, she gets free ad. Oh yeah, true. That's pretty smart. My leg fell asleep. We're really living the life. Boomer Central here, man. Good lord. Yeah, pretty cool art, man. Pretty cool. Is this it? Oh. You cannot save midair. I guess I am in water. I remember seeing these at one point. I wasn't sure what in the world to do with them. Come on. Dude. Thank you. Save. Venom Leaf fan art. Hell yeah. How many barrels are there? Quattro. Do I need to... What am I doing wrong? They're just this durable? Yep. No, you're good, you're good. I had no reason to think you were gonna hack my Discord account with a QR code. Although it would have been pretty funny. Subnautica's crazy. Come on, double hit. Come on. No. I wonder if it wouldn't just be smarter to make the cubes, the compressed one, and then dupe it. I'll probably dupe it off stream, to be honest. I'm already kind of losing focus today. Oh. Whoa. This is an instance where it's fair to dupe because maybe I don't break this last one. We already have 4. Just leave it here. I don't like dealing with the radioactive stuff in this game. The hazmat suit, none of it, I just feel unstable. Do you realize I was asking you this in the middle of streaming? Nah, that's cool. I mean, it's just Voice of the Void. If it was like some other game, it might be a little bit harder, but not a lot's been going on in this game after like day 30-ish. We just had our major like cube ship event. Then the next one is in the next day, so not the 39th, but the 40th. Let's sprint over to TR1. Get ourselves a welder. Make 1 cube. And then I will probably dupe it 4 times over. So in future, I'll look at doing some Ico fan art. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Lately, I've been like in a weird limbo. I mean, you know, I like this character, but I've been thinking about how can I merge Koyo Red and the hell was that? And this character, but not make it a completely new character. I think I just take Koyo's color scheme. In all honesty, I just take the color scheme of Koyo. And implement it to the Ico guy. Leave him like Raccoon, because I don't really want to rebrand. Think I'm dead set on this character at this point. I mean, his lore is really weird, so he doesn't necessarily have to remain a raccoon. This is my, like, scapegoat if I ever did change character appearance. But Koyo Red the Third, MD. As far as the lore is concerned, I'm just a dude that digitalized himself, not the ads. No, I want to make my cube. That's good. I'm really glad that I just left this entire place open. It's honestly, it's just great. Gonna do a backup save. The Sims! Excellent. Okay. Save game. Pause game. Go into the Voices of the Void folder, which I think I have to go to this one. Not that one. No. Am I wrong? Am I incorrect? This is the backups folder. I think I'm wrong. I think it's this folder. This song tickles my brain. VOTV saved. Saved games. Okay, stream run, copy, paste. And we'll like multi-copy that one. Oh good, I even left this and I left the ATV. You see exactly why I don't take the ATV with me? You understand now? Alright. I think the saddest part of this playthrough is that, you know, we put so much effort and food into making Eerie come to life. And she's effectively just missing somewhere. I've only been basically confirmed that she could roam around the entire map. But there's no explanation as to why or how she teleported, because normal Eerie, like Eerie in like alive form, she doesn't teleport to like cushions and stuff. Alright, well, first thing tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, we will make the radioactive capsule. I will dupe them off stream tonight. The little compressed radioactive material. I think this is warranted because I literally can't enter the mine without crashing, and I don't know how else to acquire the materials. No. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. Well, this means that we'll have a second Omega Kerphus. Essentially first thing tomorrow. Well, not first thing, because we still need, you know, let's get that out of the way now. We need Kerfer parts, but I don't know if I have enough anymore. We do not. Okay, we need plastic scrap. All right, we'll make some. Okay, let's get our plastic scrap. Wee wee wee. Excellent. Next, metal scrap. Boom. Next, electronic scrap. Uh-oh. Could this be it? The detriment? We may not have the electronic scrap, ladies and gents. I'm not even surprised. We use so many electronic things. Yeah, you're hungry. We get it. Get over it. Oops. Really, no electronic at all. I literally just need... Come on, man. I'll tell you what's really funny. The one locker that we had in the base that Eerie took all the way across the map, I think it had one thing of electronic scrap. It's just pure comedy. You can't make it up. Both of the lockers are missing. Wait. Kerfus creature, yes! Thank you for dying outside the base. We're so back. Okay. We've got the scrap. We need the Kerf part, so I need to go dismantle a second Kerfus, and then we need to make the capsule, which I will have to do some duplication. Glitchery. Honestly, I kind of want to make him on stream, so I might just do it right now. And we'll have a completely new Kerfus at the start of the stream. It's just that I don't want like a major event to start. All right. We're gonna do it real quick. Cause all we need are the, let's go buy the Kerfus. Another blue one. Blue. You know what is sad? I will say. We had... during our second fight against the Kerfus, the zombie Kerfus, it actually spawned in the bright blue light. They just spawned it right in front of me. But I died, so I didn't keep the light. Unfortunate. I need food. This guy's been hungry all morning. I'm so sorry. You're gonna watch another one of your brothers get dismantled for the greater good. Okay. So we got one here. Let's do... I'm just gonna save, like, right at the mailbox. The mailbox is full. Alright. Quick dupes. Takes 2 seconds. And then, as this loads up, we make a copy of this copy. Just took damage. I do like 9 Inch Nails. Mouse has a cool mix of 9 Inch Nails. Copy of it, right, yeah. Dead Mouse remix survivalism. What? Boys noise, yeah. I'm familiar. Is what I was gonna say before everything got dank. I'm sure one of these will work just fine. One of these millions of copy files. Survivalism. I don't even want to know what all these noises are, just... Alright, 3 deposited. Main menu. Main video game. I wonder, it probably would have been faster if I made a dupe, pulled out the 2, and then... That's fun. It's not that crazy. Alright, we got 3 of them. Lock it up. Alright, Quattro. Quattro Cubo. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this also needs electronic scrap and stuff. It needs a gas welder and 4 metal scrap. Okay, I'm a lot happier that it's metal scrap, not gonna lie. Electronic scrap is a little bit of a problem right now. Oh, the gas welder. What? Dude, what? Thank you for stopping. Radioactive capsule. Okay. What's missing? Cover parts. Plastic scrap. Oh, did it take all of the metal? No, metal scrap. Electronic scrap. Kerfer part and radioactive capsule. Hmm? Plastic. Metal. Electronic. Something wrong with this capsule or what? Just gonna re-verify. Cover parts, electronic scrap, metal, plastic, and the capsule. Doesn't specify anything about the capsule beyond that. What does it matter? Is it because this is here? Ah. That would do it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as we take a sip of this coffee, relax, please. Dude. It's in the door frame, man. Stop it. All right. Wait, did we have the Kerfer parts? We did. Somehow. All right, ladies and gents, we've got the Kerfo head, the Kerfo chest, the Kerfo pelvis, arm, leg. To be crafted into Kerfo no color. Or a bunch of plastic scrap. And then we'll take the baguette and the sig pack. I don't have to do that yet, right? That's when he's fully built. Okay, wait. I think I can just craft it right now. Hon, oui. Mon chéri. Check this out. It'd be really funny if she just started smoking it right there. I'm gonna save, 'cause I'm scared. Voila! A new Kerfus. Backup save. What?
Oh la la.
You know, I've never seen this one before. I've never seen this one before. I've seen the Eerie one. I've seen Furfur, Anti-Breather. I've seen basically all of these except for Monique and Keith. I'm just looking at them all now. VTuber model reflected that moment well. Well, I did have my mouth wide, quite wide open. Good. Wow. Wow. Yeah, Je m'appelle. Je m'appelle.
Oh la la. Oh la la.
Ah! Don't follow me. Stop it. No. Kerfus, this is your new friend. I do remember all that. It's all that. No, that's Saved by the Bell. But I do know all that. I do know all that. Sig is quipped. Lore. Oh! My bad. You want to wear this? No, you're just gonna take the object. Just gonna hold the sig. My bad, Kerfus. Where's your badge? I'll take that back, Kerfus. You don't need to smoke, bud. Kerfus, where's your badge? Oh, you're just... Something escargot? Honestly, I don't remember that much of all that. Certainly not enough to remember someone named Kennen. Wow. You know, this is crazy. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we have acquired the second Omega Kerfus. And the dailies have begun. Golly. Where's the Oh. Oh, just great. Hey, you could stay here, I guess. Kerfus, I need you to... Dude, go get the reports, man. Yeah, get to work. You guys are not allowed here. Yeah, kind of in the way. What's up, Bisham? It's good. It was supposed to be concluded a little bit ago. But then we made a new friend. And now there's an event. Is she friend or will she kill us? You know, I'm okay with both. I don't know what event this is, because... I hate not knowing what's happening. I'm so glad we didn't have to enter the mine. You don't even know how relieved I am. It's the 39th. I don't know what event would be happening on the 39th. It's not them yet, right? No. Stop oogling my work wife. I'm sorry, this is my playthrough? So, she's effectively my work wife here. I'm confused, man. I think this might be the event. Let's just go look. As Cthulhu Sleeps starts playing. Oh, it is the event. Where's my camera? I don't know. How did this happen with the camera? My photo cam. Whatever. I'm out. Very infrequently, we did have one last week. As far as community days go. We might not have one this week. Cannot confirm yet, or deny. But my schedule might drastically change within the next couple weeks as well. And I won't be, like, frequently doing 1 PM start times, probably, but we'll have to wait and see. I'm kind of bummed out because I really want to take pictures during this event. Maybe I should just go buy a camera. I don't think this like despawns until I go. Like, I think you have to go to that area. I could print screen, but the idea is to have it on the computer in-game. I did backup save just before we built the Kerfus, so That's okay. Maybe I sold the camera by accident. I don't know. But I kind of want the camera for this situation. I don't think I dropped it. So it's somewhere here in the storage. Someone tells me I dropped the camera on the thing. And this, like, destroyed it. Just gonna order another one really quick. For the sake of bragging? No, something that I like to do in this playthrough, or in these playthroughs, is just take pictures of all the interactions, so that if I ever go back to those playthroughs, which I probably won't, but, you know, whatever. Let's just assume I would. It's cool to have little memories of the little events. Granted, I won't lie, a lot of them have been the same events. What actually happened to my camera, man? My camera, man. Oh, let's go, because I don't know how much time we have. I knew this would happen. That's why I was like, I should conclude before an event happens, so we can just start it all tomorrow. But that's okay. We don't want to get shot. That would really defeat the purpose of going back for a camera at this point. We gotta make it to the fence. Don't shoot me. No, I'm friendly. I'm friendly. Oh god. Run. Okay, they don't attack once you're in here. Kerfus, Kerfus, this is a... Wait. Damn, she tosses that one this time, huh? Dude, you bullied my son.
No. No. No.
Go fix the servers, bud. We didn't grab the thing. It doesn't have any benefit to grab, but she throws like an old one down the pit, which we'll go down and check out some other time. Overcooked onion. Oh god. Do they shoot me now or no? We homies now, yeah? Excellent. Yeah, let me get a pic, guys. You guys are cool. Little schnoot guys. I don't think this guy's okay. Or that one, for that matter. Can we help them? Oh, they're quite well, don't worry. They don't need us. Actually, they saved my life several times. But more importantly, they obliterated the orbs. The wisps that prevented me from leaving the house at night. Probably like for 20 days. It's not true, like 15, was it 10, 15 days? Alright, I'm going home. Later, guys. Enjoy your whatever thing you're doing. I don't really know what that is that they do there. Look at these guys. Silly little dudes. Hey, man. Okay, goodbye. Okay, goodbye. That's fine. That's cool. Research. Sounds good to me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is where things get a little bit dangerous. 2.0 in this game. I think I've actually seen the cat people aliens. Are they evil? No, I mean, no. But if you mistreat them, they will throw large objects at you, whether you're into that or not. The ones we just saw, and the cat ones. Also, you can't see the cat girls. They have, like, Halo active camo on at all times. But I could show you a poster. Hey, Kerfus. Duh. Just wait here, bud. This is how they look. Generally. Yeah, everyone says they look like Freerun, and honestly, I see it nowadays. I see it quite, yeah. Catgirl Freerun from space. That's true, only half, because there's the talls and the what are they called again? The shorts? Alright, let me finalize our daily assignment at the very least. Since we're already at that. Shorts? Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember. Okay. Give me this. Here, start working on this. And then the enemy aliens are the Greys. But I don't know how often you really see them, to be honest. I've only seen them once in my entire playthrough. And I assume that all of the hostiles that appear in this game or rather, I guess not the hostiles, but not all the hostiles. There's so, like there's gonna be robo pigs that you have to fight, and like a big drone like robot with a flamethrower. Those, I think, are from the Greys. I might be wrong, but I assume that's the case. Starting tomorrow in game, so Friday, the 40th, things are gonna get a little crazy. We're gonna get attacked by human flesh, or bombarded by it, rather. I think that's day 40. I might be wrong, but damn, 251. Okay. I don't know what made it so much better. This human flesh? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there'll be a UFO, and it's just gonna drop flesh all over our home. And then we have to clean even more than ever before. It's so great. It's so great. Really love it. Alright. Ladies and gents. Now that we've finally made it to a point where I can conclude the stream for the day, I will be doing that. So, I'd help you clean, thank you. Is it just dropping flesh? No, there's gonna be more. There'll be more to it. There's gonna be more, alright? I know. Especially the what is it, the Jeep that they just tossed down? The burning Jeep. I kinda hope one day we can remake that or something. That'd be cool. Is it just flesh? I don't remember. Oh, I mean, like, no, it's not only flesh. There's gonna be organs and stuff. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome, dude. Alright. GG's, gamers. I'm done. I'm hungry. I'm tired. Thanks for hanging out today. We'll be back tomorrow. GG's. Kisaragi attention? I don't have that on here, so I can't play that. Ladies and gents, be sure to follow my socials, join the Discord. If you've not done so already, I'd greatly appreciate that. Be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. EST, but until then, have a good rest of your days. TYVM for hanging out, appreciate it. Okay. You know what's funny about this? Is in my chat right now, in the Twitch chat, it says /raid natures_madness. She beat me to it. Damn it. I told her to raid you. Unbelievable. I was supposed to raid her. What's up, Nature? What's up, guys? Thanks for stopping by. Welcome in. I was actually literally just ending, and then I got stopped, and I was ending again, and now I'm not ending once again for a little bit. That's okay. I'm down with that. I'm down with that. We can farm some GPU cryptocurrency real quick. What's up, Nature? How's stream? You were playing. Wait, what were you playing? Toilet 8. What is Toilet 8? Is that like Exit 8? You should at least bathroom break? I actually did when we last ran the ads, so I'm actually completely fine. More than Toilet 7. Her habitat. Oh, it's a parody of Exit 8. That sounds kind of sick. Sus on the bathrooms. The bathrooms? The bathrooms? It's very funny. It does sound kind of sick. I like my parody games. Keep messing up? Oh no. You know, I know all about that. Messing up. I had a daughter in this game once. We had a daughter in this game. She's new. She's new to this, but my daughter's missing. She's been missing for 9 days in-game. Kinda looks like a shark girl. Don't remind me of shark girls. The zones are zenless. About 0 times. But yeah, hey, well, welcome in, welcome in. I hope your stream was good. I hope you had fun. That sounds like a cool and silly game. We just been playing Voices of the Void. It's actually insane that I'm still playing this. I should make a blockade. Maybe I make a like a... What if I just built a wall there? I will try to. I liked Exit 8. I mean, I didn't play that one, but I watched a lot of people play it, so it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. Your wife be looking fine? Just as a forewarning, she's French. So... as long as you're cool with that. As long as you're cool with that. Doesn't she talk? If I pet her.
Oh la la. Oh la la.
I'm from the south. I have a natural weakness for European women. Felt that. Actually, sort of. Only slightly. Oh, that's disappearing. Wait, did Nature beat the tree game where the trees hate her, or no? I can't believe the trees hate her. She's Nature. Yes? Oh, damn. I heard it's like kind of hard to beat or something. I did? Nice. I heard it was like a tough one. Rage quit before finishing? What? Is this true? Is hard though? Yeah, I've only heard that it's a tough game. I gotta try it out. There's so many games I need to try out, but I'm like fried on video games right now. I kinda wanna play Minecraft. Also chat, no smoking. I know you see the cigarette in my character's mouth hole, but no smoking. It's bad. Hello? was like, where's my signal, man? The classrooms? I don't think so. Not toilet 8 yet? Now you got this. You're a gamer. Look how how much slower can it possibly get? Damn it. Damn it all. Think you'd like this game, Nature, but it is very slow burn, and I'm not gonna lie. If you do not like slow burn and the fact that sometimes things might not happen, you might hate it. What is it about? Space. Aliens and space. And so much more. But aliens and space is the easiest explanation. And cryptocurrency. It is not Source Engine, it is Unity. Unity Engine. It is just very inspired by Source. A lot of the Source stuff is supposedly gonna go away. The sounds, at least, are gonna go away when the game, like, fully releases, but... especially if you guys like cleaning simulator games. I'll tell you what, this is the cleaning simulator. It's so fitting, though. I'm hoping that Mr. Dr. Knows, as the creator of this game, I hope he just has, like, a toggle. Oh, God. Oh, God, man. Kerfis? Okay, you two are good. That's good. Dude, it's day 39. Nothing's supposed to happen right now. Also, the Source Engine sounds already aren't Source. We just feel like they are. They're very similar, yeah. I don't know what the event was, but it's gone. LOL and Lamau. That's the big problem with this game, I would say, is sometimes you just miss events and have no idea what they are, and you may never know. People will mod it back in. That's actually true. They'll probably mod it back in. I think that toggle would be cool, though. The reward is more cheese. That's my son. I want a new neon sign. Monique. What? No. What? What? Sure. Whatever, dude. Cool. Why did I close it? That is not what I wanted, so... like, whatever, dude. It's not oogling, it's just appreciating. Sometimes you can appreciate, you know, the nice things in life. Only sometimes, though, not often. You will be leaving. All of you will be leaving right now. Please do not enter this facility ever again. Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? What are you guys duping? Stop this. Oh boy, oh boy. It's getting warm in my room. We removed their source. Nope. I will not be doing that. I'm kind of curious, how much does an orange sell for? No, I'm gonna say tomato. I know they got nerfed. Did I order or not? I did. Oh wait, I kind of like this one. The cigarette makes it look cooler. That one's awesome, actually. That's supposed to be my daughter. She doesn't look anything like that, gonna be honest. Just some weird advertising ploy by her. Hang in there. Alright, gamers. I'm hungry, and I have assignments to do. Today's gonna be a busy day, so. Oh, you know what? Well, yeah, this could be an ending song, sure. Sure. Alright, I'm GG's. Thank you for the raid, though. I appreciate it. Everyone who hung out for the raid. No, she's gone. I don't know where she is, but she's out there somewhere. I'm kind of over trying to find her. Let's raid Nature's Madness? Dude, good idea. Good idea. Alright. I'm done, gamers. This time for real. Be sure to follow my social media Discord if you're not Discord. I'd greatly appreciate it. For the rest of your days, see you tomorrow, where we'll continue voicing the void. But until then, keep a super pog champion. GG's. And I'm out. And of course, there's ads. How comedic. I'm sending you to Elite. Elite is playing Just Chatting. But I think it's his birthday today, so go say it feels birthday, man. I believe today is his birthing day. Unless that was yesterday. I can't remember his day exactly, but it might be today. So, go say what's up. Go say feels birthday man clap in the chat. Thanks for hanging out. GG's. See y'all tomorrow if I do, and if I don't, then see you never again. He is currently being born. Well, there you go. He's in the process of being born. Mpreg. Excellent. Alright. GG's. Thanks for hanging out. See you tomorrow. Peace.